Člověče, tam se... Hodně. Takže raz, dva, tři, výborně, funguje to. Dobrý den, je 9 hodin 5 minut, já bych nerad chytl nějaké zpoždění.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock and 5 minutes. I wouldn't wish to get a delay right at the beginning. Hopefully people will be coming soon. I'm welcoming you at the conference for the changes of for city changers, and first of all I'd like to ask for the presentation Mr. Radim Sršeň, who is from the Ministry for Regional Development. He is the Deputy Minister. Good morning to everybody. I'm very glad I was able to come. I heard that yesterday's program was really excellent. I'm glad it was successful. When I was looking at what the conference is about with Jaroslav Martínek and with all the partnerships, we have been cooperating for a long time. I was still as a mayor of a village in the region and the councillor of the region of Olomouc. I'm glad that when I read this program thesis that you are here not only to praise yourselves how everything was perfectly working, but you are talking more about how things should be improved. We have a lot of concepts at different levels. I myself, as a mayor, used to make some concepts into the drawer just to have a stock of some. And then I was working with this, so this is how it used to work. And it probably works the same way today. At some places, I have a feeling that the colleagues at the ministries don't know what's in the concepts they approve, and then they just, from their offices in Prague, they approve the criteria which will then show as nonsensical.
So this is my role at the Ministry for Local or Regional Development, because I was persuaded to be a deputy. But I should be a sort of ombudsman for the administration of the regions and municipalities, and believe it or not, I have extensive discussions with my colleagues from the ministry. We are talking about specific criteria, and in many cases and within IROP program, my colleagues are very often wondering what we can achieve. So I am involved in the concept of urban mobility as well. Our concept was approved in 2021, and I believe that yesterday you talked about that topic with the minister, Mr. Kupka, because whenever I hear the word concept and strategy, because on the European level we are just now discussing about the European vision, I always have an idea that this is beautiful, everything will be excellent, and so even in the villages, but then when you look at the reality, it's lagging behind. So the first thing which I wanted to mention here is that it's excellent that you hold such a conference and that you have so many funds to move the things forward to be able to fulfill the concept. So what is also needed? It is also needed on the level of every municipality to start with the urban mobility. Sometimes they start the implementation from due to the obligation, and sometimes, and I believe it very much, due to funds and partnerships, because partnership is a key word which sometimes might be perceived as a cliché. Nevertheless, I am experienced with the leadership, and I know very well. I have some experience, for example, from Georgia, that it works very well if the partners are joined together. We are speaking about NGOs, about municipalities, about funds, and so it takes time. My life motto is, if you want to go forward fast, go alone. If you want to go long distances, you should be accompanied by your partner. So this is my motto. So I appreciate very much that my colleagues insist on IROP, that they insist on briefings and discussions with the citizens, because sometimes you can find that you make a large investment and still citizens are not satisfied. So it's always better to discuss the things beforehand. Now we are discussing the project on Kralický Sněžník mountain. It is a project which is approved by the Polish institutions which are responsible for environment, and I need to say that it is a very hard discussion, and the Czech Republic cannot do anything in it. So as I said, discussions are very much important. Sometimes when I see some projects which are implemented in the Czech Republic and in Moravia, for example, this Kralický Sněžník project, which seems to be a Disneyland, and which is using the European money, then it's a very sad situation. What I liked yesterday was the band which played here. It's pity that they are not here anymore, because I definitely agree that the walls which we have in front of us are really tall. Sometimes I hear some comments from the car drivers that they do not like the cyclists, and on the contrary, some cyclists do not like the drivers, car drivers, and this is something what should pull down the walls, the discussions between these two groups, between these two entities. When I was in Denmark, I admired all the cyclists, even the PM members were riding bikes to work. This is what I liked very much. And it was an automatic behavior for them. I would not wonder if the Queen, if she hadn't been so old, she would be cycling to her office. For example, when you go to Borneo Island, which is very well prepared for cycling, many people are cycling there. And the same in Denmark. And they are not using the mountain bikes, actually. They are using a special city urban bikes, which are well adapted to city environment. Unfortunately, now I am only in Prague. I work in Prague, and I see many drivers, one person in a car driving to work. So this is something what should be avoided. And this is something what bothers me personally. And when I compare the Prague situation and Copenhagen situation, this is ridiculous, but we need to take into account that we are now starting here in the Czech Republic. And in Copenhagen, they started with that behavior and policy dozens of years ago. When I speak on behalf of IROP, I need to say that we have large investments to maintain sustainable mobility, and we are also solving the safety of the transport. We develop great efforts to fulfill our goals, and as I said, we cooperate efficiently with the municipalities as well. EU also tried to push Czech Republic to start dealing with the climate and environment. So if the government were here, he would not be happy to hear that the money which he wanted to spend on the roads were invested in cyclopaths. So we have 2.5 billion for the safety of transport. We have some investments for the building of the infrastructure. And the Ministry of Education also wanted to take some of our money and to spend that on schools. Nevertheless, we are lucky that we are protected by the European Union, and there is 100% contribution for the climatic topic. So this is a good thing. And also due to good allocation, I hope that we will be able to build further extensive cycle paths network, which even today are in very good condition. I'm also a mayor, so I know what it is like to build a cycling path. So, for example, when I go cycling to Austria, they do not need public illumination, and they do not need to maintain certain widths of the cycling paths and so on. But I know that it is also a matter of building permits and building principles and building act. So I agree. So I would like to emphasize that we have the resources. And the most important thing within the EU and the programs of the EU is the speed of drawing the money from the EU. And the investment must be spent purposely as well. The program of the European Union is organized in such a way that the money must be spent quite quickly. Who comes first, that takes more. So who is prepared is not surprised later on. So this is the motto of the EU. So if you are the representatives of the cities and municipalities, it is very important for you to have projects prepared, including the building permission and the zoning planning permission as well. This is a prerequisite for the application for the investment or subsidy. So as I said, there are investments to be used, and there is also a slowly developing network of regional cycle coordinators. So they have their own strategy, they have a classification of cycle paths, and at the same time it is reflected to ITI, which is also a sort of partnership, because more complex projects should be placed, should have the right position and placed, and should be solved with great care. The EU promotes mobility, especially when it comes to commuting to work. Based on my own experience, I need to say that even if you build a cycling path for the commuters, this cycle path is predominantly later on used in the free time of the citizens, which is not a bad thing. In the future, we also plan to connect or interconnect cycle paths and cycle routes, which were built within the EU. So let's hope that when we meet here next time, for example, in a 3-year time, we will have more kilometers, which in the meantime will be built. Because this is an important measure which is used to promote mobility, urban mobility, sustainable urban mobility. I'm also happy that there is Vienna Declaration. I'm very glad for all the types of cooperation, because in the past I had a feeling that we are here in the Czech Republic for ourselves and that we do not want to take experience from the abroad. But I think it is very important to have a mutual cooperation with the neighboring states, because the Central EU is actually a small region, a small territory, and I know that there are some conferences which will be organized in autumn and later in the year. So with the help of these conferences, I think that we will go forward fast with our objectives and goals. So I wish you a successful day, and thank you very much for being invited.
I would like to add the opening word of Mr. Sršeň. He will be here until 11. This is key information for you for two reasons. Number one, we will have a section about transport or traffic networks for cyclists, and we have chosen the states like Serbia, Slovenia, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic, and we will, together with our partners from Austria, we are going to prepare the seminar in Brussels about investments. But we need to make some strategy about what we need to discuss. The cards have been distributed already, and we are going to prepare the seminar. Now Mr. Sršeň is going to be the one in charge of it. He is a person, or he is going to overarch it, so he's going to be a very important person for our future cooperation. So please, if you have any issues or anything, perhaps could you share it? Well, let us look at the seminar and let us try to really use it to maximum. Maybe you are thinking, why this seminar if the cards have been distributed, but maybe we should take advantage of this conference to have a thought about how to go on. Yesterday we had the lecture of Mr. Dont from the State Fund of Transport Infrastructure and other organizations. One example is from Ústí nad Labem, and it was great that this money is available, but we should also build the sections which we can't cover by grants. We should think about how to help the Ústí nad Labem region and also the Olomouc region. Maybe the foreign colleagues should understand that there are some sections where the cycle routes are not suitable for building. So there is a different transport regime, and it is called ban on entry of any motorized cars. Maybe there is an additional notice saying that the cars, like owners of the cars of the water administrators can enter, and this is the path which cannot be, for which the grant cannot be used. This is given by the Czech legislation, and this is the space for the discussion. So let's not take your presentations that you will just say very nicely what the situation is in Slovakia, Serbia, and Slovenia, but please get involved in the discussion, what things we have in common, and we may develop it throughout the investment seminar. And I'd like to thank the Ministry for Regional Development, and I don't mean it just formally. If you look at this panel of the EU municipal agenda, I'll just remind you why this union is called the Urban Mobility Partnership. In 2017 and 2020, there was a big European project called Urban Agenda, Partnership for Urban Mobility. And it was for it to be obvious that it was a European dimension. If you want to develop urban mobility, you should use 4 pillars for building it. Try to agree on the principal governance, think about what the urban mobility plan means. This is the second pillar. Let's support the active mobility connected with safety, and support the traffic, and modern technology. We and the Ministry of Regional Development agreed that our union or as our association would like to reflect these 4 pillars into the policy of the Czech Republic, and this is what our association's name is derived from, and this is what I take as a long-term cooperation with the Ministry for Regional Development. This is just to add to this presentation. When I see here one colleague, this is the invitation of the companies. This is not anything additional. It is the 4th pillar of the modern technologies, how things are interconnected, and we should learn to communicate. This is very important. These are the communication walls, but this is what we can learn, and this is what the mutual cooperation between us is. So this is what I wanted to add. Do you want to add something to it also? I'd like to add that we can support such an event, and it complies with the principles of the partnership, which is also important for planning the policy of the European Union. Just for colleagues from Austria, there is 1% of the public budget which goes through the European budget, and in the Czech Republic this is 40% of public investments. In the Czech Republic we rely too much on European funds, and maybe we should consider more in the future the reliance on our own resources, which is also the addition of the resources which are, or things which are not fundable. And the second thing is that we, the mayors of the cities, have to get used to more to use the financial tools. We are going to discuss it now with the minister about the planning of subsidy titles in the future, and there will be 50% for local roads, and there will be 30% of interest-free loan from the investment bank. And of course, we don't have enough money, and there will be still less European money, and it is necessary to set it up in such a way, in a new way. So I do agree that we can find the synergies of different types of funding, including regional resources, because if we add them up, so this is much more money the Ministry for Regional Development gets. So I'm looking forward to today's program.
I consider it very important to discuss these problems. As the Deputy Minister said, for example, the Vysočina region, which started very slowly, in my opinion. However, new municipalities in the region have different stance. So it means that all the regions just now are our members, and especially the Vysočina region established a new subsidy title, and this is something what we are missing now here. So if we have local roads which are also used as a cyclopaths at the same time and which are in bad conditions, the municipalities and villages in the Vysočina region can ask for the subsidy to repair it, and this is something what is not possible to be asked from the European and national funds. So this is a great shift forward, and therefore I speak about the synergies and communication and partnership of all the players in the region. So this is something what is very joyful for me, and this is something what I like, and we can see that the urban mobility is important, and in case we do not support it, then the transport will actually come to a stop, to a halt in the future. So we need to tackle sustainable modes of transport. Thank you very much. But before we start the next block about the transport networks within Europe, then I would like to pass the floor over to Olga Krištofíková from the Ministry of Transport, because urban active mobility from the perspective of the Czech Republic stands on 2 pillars: the Ministry for Regional Development and the Ministry of Transport, plus Healthcare Ministry, plus the Transport Ministry. But personally, we consider these 2 pillars the most important, and these have impact on urban mobility.
Good morning to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me here. I'm honored that I can speak to you and to give you some brief information about the concept of urban and active mobility and talk about this problematic in short. The urban and active mobility concept, it seems that my control of the presentation will be quite entertaining. So this is the concept which is approved by the government of the Czech Republic. It is the following document of the transport policy, and it breaks down the main principles of transport policy into the self-government conditions. It facilitates the towns to process and update SUMPs, Sustainable Mobility Plans. It is based on the requirements of the European Union, and it has two parts, the proposal part and the implementation part. The first one is devoted to the plans of sustainable municipal mobility, the education, support of active mobility, and the implementation part focuses on legislation, the legislative enshrining of the SUMP, and about funding. It is whether we need to use the national resources or the funds. Within the support of active mobility from the ministry point of view, two working groups were established, which is the working group for active mobility and the working group of the coordination of the infrastructure development for active mobility. Some of you are members of these work groups. The first one mainly focuses on modifying the rules of traffic in active mobility or operation and the safety of vulnerable participants of traffic. The second work group is focused on the concept of the development of cycling infrastructure, about the funding of infrastructure development for active mobility and the organization of the development of infrastructure for active mobility from the point of view of the state, region, and the municipality. Just for you to be able to imagine how the incorporation of the concept is in the organizational structure. So they are very small boxes here, so you can't see them, but our activity goes into the infrastructure and economic sections. We are part of the strategic department at the section of transport policy and pure mobility. There are two to three people, but only it's only our part-time work. It is not our full-time work. If we compare to our Austrian colleagues, they have about 17 people there, so it is different. The financial support of active mobility is mainly overarched by the state fund for the transport infrastructure. The funds are available through several programs, 3 programs. Mr. Dont also spoke about them, and it is important to look at the advisory activities which help the project to come in life. The next important thing is that projects over 30 million crowns are approved by the Central Commission of our ministry. So it has to go through our approval process, and we often help and advise those who need to put these projects in life. The cooperation is set in this structure, which is the self-governments of regions, associations of towns and municipalities, and the associations of local self-governments. There is a sector or ministerial area. There are 3 ministries cooperating. There are some non-profit organizations. Number 1 is Civinet and the Partnership for Urban Mobility. We further cooperate with the academics with universities and research institutions. Also, the cities have some cooperation mainly in the area of mobility and micromobility. As I have mentioned, at the beginning of March, we took an excursion to Austria, and we looked at their concept of active mobility, where they deal with all these issues using the project called klimaaktiv mobil. This area is covered by the concept of urban and active mobility, which is a strategic document approved by the government, and it is only in the form of the methodical aid for the towns. So I have prepared something else, but it's not in the presentation. I had 2 more pictures. It seems that they haven't arrived. It was from the excursion in Austria. It was from this, from our discussion, and it was also a picture of our colleagues, Austrian colleagues, showing us the hydrogen bus, which was very inspiring. I can only describe it to you. Unfortunately, the pictures somehow didn't get through. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Kouzelného
You may have noticed the magic word only. Only. The concept is only a methodological tool for the city. We can replace the word only by specific, concrete, particular steps. We touched this topic yesterday as well. Also, the minister yesterday promised us some support and help, some steps. And today we should elaborate it more. The first step is as follows. Together, we should try to create a safe cycling network. Today in the morning, we will have 4 presentations: Slovakia, Serbia, Slovenia, and Czech Republic. On one hand, we expect that each nation is tackling its own problems. But I think that it has already been outlined that we can find some common solutions and common discussions which can be open on the European level. For example, during the seminar in Brussels. So I would like to ask Mrs. Štupáková, who is a cycle coordinator for the Košice region. We did not invite the Ministry of Transport because today they have their national cycling conference. But sometimes it's much better to hear someone speaking from the lower regional level than from the national level. So therefore we have chosen the Košice region. I'm looking forward to every conference which starts with the coffee. And yesterday there was something plus more, which was the band playing here. So that was an excellent introductory thing. So I would like to thank to Mr. Sršeň as well for his speech, because you were a bit skeptical when you spoke about all the concepts, and something you mentioned that the concept has nothing to do with the reality and practice. So I do not want to repeat it, but still I think the same. The topic of this morning's blog is how the cycling European network should look like. Today, we have one European network, which is Eurovelo, which was being developed since the 19th. Me and Jarda were present when Mr. Jansen started to draw the first line, how to interconnect the main destinations within Europe. But yesterday I learned that there is something what we call pan-European cycling path network. This is a network which should have 70,000 kilometers, and Velo is a part of it. Yesterday we spoke about that, and I think also that the Czech Republic is a part of that huge project in the Danube region Interreg program. So therefore, we were shocked when we learned that in Slovakia, the basis for this big conception is as follows. This, what you can see. This is not reality. And we were really sort of offended when we learned yesterday that these national concepts will be a part of that pan-European plan. And these concepts are considered to be very important with respect to future financing and other stuff. We felt very sorry because the Slovakian regions, for example, Prešov or Košice municipality and the region, this is the east of Slovakia. We are speaking about this territory. This is east. Košice region is this location, and this concept is represented only by these lines. I didn't learn anything about the circumstances, why just these lines and paths were selected. We didn't learn anything about the methodology on the basis of which these lines were drawn, and therefore we felt very sorry, because this is our long-term project, and we consider this concept to be very important and keep one. And this is the backbone cycling network. These are the paths which connect all regional towns and big villages, big municipalities, and they are connected to the outputs from the Plan of Sustainable Mobility. And all are implemented already, and they are implemented in such a way that they should be connected to the terminals of the public transport. So the aim is to use those paths as maximum as possible. And we also elaborated that concept in details down to the building permission. So those of you who know the process, you know how demanding it is. And we also see that the voice from the municipalities is quite often being ignored. And that was a typical example. And we would like to increase the number of cyclists, to increase their safety, and we want to connect the lanes, the paths, cycling paths, to transport. So this is our aim, this is our goal. To be able to meet our goals, we have some tools. We need to build cycling destinations. We need to evaluate the situation. We need to collect data. We need to have some personal management. All the paths which you saw on the big map are subject to very strict criteria, because we think that the attractivity of such measure can have an impact on every cyclist, because some cycling paths are leading through socially unfriendly environments and so on. So we think that the better cycling path, the more cyclists. That's the equation. Regional paths are used especially by people from the cities, urban citizens. So we do not think that we should be focusing only on the urban municipality, but this is also the thing of regional municipalities. And it's not only about the infrastructure. The people need to change their behavior. This is the slide from an English website. I do not need to read it all. So the change of behavior of the cyclists and people around the cycling is a very difficult task. And we have a cooperation with the cities, with the municipalities. We have a tourist organization in our region with which we cooperate as well. And what we can do ourselves, we have a plan of cycling destinations where we would like to implement the measures which can persuade or make the people to use the bicycle more. We want to have regions which have safe roads. So therefore, the Košice region decided to build dozens of pump tracks for not only the kids, but for the adults as well. Last year, I also started using BMX bicycle, and it was a very interesting experience. So I would say that at any age, you can start using sort of different types of vehicles and different types of bicycles, and it's encouraging and inspiring. So within our destinations and pump tracks and cycling destinations, we also would like to motivate the people. We would like to build the educational training centers where we will organize courses for people who would like to be better cyclists. It's absolutely amazing for us when we have a lady in her 50s and she can jump over an obstacle the distance of 50 centimeters. She does not need to be talented, but this is an excellent experience. So therefore, we have the trainers and the teachers who motivate the people not to be afraid to use the bicycle. We spoke, or people here before me spoke about new technologies. Our region wants to go forward, and we want to show the people what can be done. So here you see a hydrogen bicycle. Hanika is using one of our 10 hydrogen bicycles, which we purchased only with the aim to brief people on this new technology. It is about hydrogen combustion, this technology, I mean. So our region is using these bikes, and the parameters are very interesting. During the break, if you are interested, I can tell you more. Emission-free in 2 minutes, your bike is charged, and the mileage is 145 kilometers. It's amazing. Apart from that, we also use hydrogen cars, which we also purchased. We have 2 cars because it's very expensive, only 2 cars. And we purchased that because we want to show the people new technology. They can touch it, they can use it, they can just rent it. And they can start using new technologies, the technologies of the future. So this is the way how we want to show the people how we would like to decrease CO2 in the environment. It's not only about the EU obligation until 2050 to reduce CO2, and our aim is also to draw the CO2 from the atmosphere. We need to use new technologies, and this is a tool how to achieve our goals. So our hydrogen strategy is as follows. We would like to have a green paradise in our Košice region. We also would like to promote or support active movement, active mobility, active movement, and it is closely connected to the health of the citizens. So therefore, within the region, because we have many waterways, so we are developing regional ports. We have very simple container building structures in the ports. And these ports or these structures can offer different types of services, as you can see in the pictures. So that's just the plan. So we hope to build the first 5 structures or buildings until the end of November. And we also cooperate with the municipalities. And promotion and marketing is organized and is secured by our tourism organization. So our hashtag is that our region should move. It's not me, it's our chairman, Mr. Trnka. He is a governor and also the chairman of our region, and he is also a cyclist. Not only in May, he and his colleagues use the bicycles. So the colleagues from our office do not use the bicycles only during the weekdays, but also during the working days, because we have some parking spots in front of our office. And the last thing, on Friday, just from here, you can come to Košice and you can visit our regional days and you can learn more about our region. I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
Já děkuji Věrce, jenom teda prozradím, že my dva se známe a to vím.
Thank you, Viera. I just tell you, we know each other from the 1st of March 1997, when I had the first day of my employment in the Transport Research Center, and I went to a business trip to Prešov, and since then we have known each other, and it's great. Viera was very surprised. She really didn't know that there was an idea of a pan-European plan of transport network. And this is what Gregor is going to speak about, because he is it is close to the Sabrina project, so that the networks are safe. So this is perhaps the first idea which should be set in Europe. Who knows about the existence of this project, although the Viennese Declaration exists, and in what specific steps are made by the states. So let's look at the second presentation. Let us have a look at the next presentation. We will hear the Slovenian National Cycling Coordinator mentoring. It will be a mentoring webinar, and Gregor Steklačič is from the Ministry of Infrastructure of Slovenia, and he is a cycling officer.
Sorry if I will offend somebody, because my English is not perfect and I have to do the double translation. First is the translation from Slovenian to English, and then the translator has to do it back. As Jarda said, I'm a national cycling coordinator at our ministry. I work for the Ministry of Infrastructure, that is included at the transport, and my first view when I came to one city is that transport system, and I'm really glad that you presented yesterday your measures that you did in the past years, and you're also investing a lot in the cycling infrastructure. But me as yesterday was the song, You May Say I'm a Dreamer, but I hope I'm not the only one here in this hall. So I always go and I just want to have the perfect infrastructure. And I did a stroll yesterday in the morning, and sorry, I have some observation, and I will just show what is, I think, the first thing that we should do. It's the same in Slovenia, so don't worry, but we still have issues. So the conference starting point is that urban and active mobility. Active mobility means pedestrian and cyclist, as I see, and there is also alternative fuels, but it should be their preferred means of travel. So, and we should break down the barriers and we should break down the walls. And when I was making this trip, that was the main city center square, and this is the picture that I took, and what you see the first on this picture. This is my question. If you know, I noticed that. Sorry, because you have a big parking in the main square, and then also how can pedestrians and cyclists enter to that square. Here is the first barrier for them. This is, could we say, I passed here and you have to step on the road. There is a quite wide, I think about 7 meters of the road, and then we have 1.5 meters or 2 meters of the pavement. So if you go to, just to turn on another side, this is from the northern part of the city, still 7 meters. On this side, really narrow, you can see that it's 1.20 or 1.40, and on the other side you have this opportunity to have another. So there is no place for cyclists. There is, but they have to share it with cars. I did some walking in the city, and we always start to compare something with our cities. I'm close to Ljubljana and work in Ljubljana, and Ljubljana is my, city that I want to compare. And I will show you 4 pictures after, but the big advance is what Ljubljana did in the last 15 years. There is no cars in the city center. And when I was walking through this, to the streets of these pedestrian areas, there are still cars parked on the streets. Ljubljana managed somehow to put it in the underground garages, or they limited the number of cars that can be owned by the owners of these apartments. So, and for the cyclists, this is the sign that you can see that the share of them. And then just here, when I'm returning here behind, you can also see that the space for the car is that, and pedestrian has this one. I think this is hardly 1 meter. So this is just the presentation how I see, it's not the complaining, we have similar problems if I go to Austrian. And yesterday we have a dinner there, and I took some pictures also. You have a new asphalt there, and there is a barrier for the cyclist. It's a new asphalt, and it's already 3 centimeters. So I really say this is also one of my conclusions. We must do a lot of education. It's not just the education, those who are designing that streets. I find out that also the construction worker at the end that is constructing, building this, he has to know for cyclists such a barrier means that it's not comfortable and it's unpleasant to cycle there. And this is bidirectional cycle track. It's not a problem. So this is 4 pictures of Ljubljana, and I might just say this anecdote from Ljubljana. This is Wolfova Street. Here is the main square. This is Prešeren Square. This is the city center. And when Mayor Jankovic was the first time elected, he started to reconstruct this street. Before there was public transport went through the city center, the big buses went between these two streets, and this was the only time, he's saying this anecdote a lot of times, this was the only time that he came out from as a successful CEO of one store company, and he wanted to be really effective. And when he started to reconstruct the street, he said, no, do it slowly, I please you do it slowly, that people will get used not to use this street, and then when they finish this reconstruction, they close it and they set it as a pedestrian area, pedestrian zone, without the public transport. This is one of the, but this is also how lively the city could be if you don't have any cars in the city. So you are warmly welcome, because in a month there will be a velocity in Ljubljana, so it's still possible to see that. So what is my first suggestion? Relocate the public space in a favor of sustainable means of transport. And the infrastructure should invite the pedestrian and cyclists to walk and to go to the city center. I think this is a lack of missing sections of the infrastructure that is decreasing the wish to use the sustainable mode of transport. And now this was the added section that I did it just when I came here, but this is my original presentation. And when Jarda and Jitka invited me to be a presenter here, was kind of title of my presentation, what are the other countries doing better than Czech Republic? And we must say that we are at the moment, we are really on the world class in the professional cyclists. And it helps also to us? Yeah, it helps definitely, because it's a topic, we are talking about it in the bars, we are talking where we're having the meetings with our friends, when we are finishing our recreation and we're going to a beer and, well, Pogačar always win. There is a joke my colleague said, that all 3 comes to the bar and the bartender asks, who was first? And all 3 stands up. because they were so high. So this is the ranking after the San Remo in April. Now it's a bit different, but we are still in the top 5, all 3 of them. So, and this helps to us, and it's easier to make change if you have such a media. So it's a media support for, and also the people, because they were talking a lot. There are the car drivers gaining more respect to the cyclists, and this issue with overtaking closer than 1.5 meters, it's also helps, because this is kind of awareness raising also campaign doing by them. If you have this benchmark, it shows Czechia, it's a bit it's circa 4 times bigger. We have, you are 5 times higher population, but we are quite close with the GDP, average wage, expenditure. If you compare by capita, it's similar. Yeah, the number of vehicles per 100 people, but you are a bit worse when we are going to CO2 emissions, but I do not know now why. So one other thing, what I think we are a bit better in cycling is that our public transport it's a shame. You can see there in Ljubljana there is only about 12% of trips are made by public transport, but we are investing more in the cycling, and the cycling is quite high with it. This is the comparison in this project, Danube cycle plan. So, but Czech Republic is one of the highest by the public transport. So you keep on going in this. I have to say Slovenia has to do a lot of public transport to improve it, to raise its quality. I just want to point out that we decided when we were now preparing the national strategy to have 3 pillars. And I think the first one is quite important. The orgware, this is the organizational things, means that you're going to implement the hardware and the soft measures after. I can really say that it's happened in Slovenia. So I came to ministry in 2016, and I was immediately invited in there was some kind of ministerial commission on cycle routes was starting. This was people that somehow are connected with the cycling. This means with the laws, with the implementation of the cycling, with the policies, with the regulation and everything. So in 2019, this was 7 years after the Czech Republic, I was appointed as a cycling officer. I don't have the same competences as Hungarian because he's a representative in the parliament, but I'm the person to whom everybody turn to and ask if something is dealing with the cycling. So I'm a kind of coordinator of all that coordination group. Then last year, 2 years ago, we set up the National Eurovelo Coordination Center, and the ministry is the coordinator of this center. So we have 10 institutions that involved. There are our railways, our ministry, our implementation agency, NGOs, the tourism associations, everything. So every coordination means that we are doing the progress. I will show you after why is that so important. And then the last year, because we are the part of this Danube cycle plan, we were officially appointed as a working group for elaboration our cycling master plan, and our delivery time is the end of this year. So we have 45 members. This is quite a lot, and there is 45% discussing what we are willing to do in the future on cycling issues. There was also legislation. You can see the years all happened after our commission, and we are all cooperating and trying to do our best to implement and to progress this cycling development. There was strategic approach. It was this transport strategy was already before our EU founding. Then was the EU founding that was really important, because I still think that in Slovenia the EU founding is the basic pusher of cycling infrastructure. We will put a lot of money out of this cohesion program, and hopefully also out of the next. This is the strategical approach. Then we have some guidelines for the SUMPs and guidelines for the cycling infrastructure. Then the rules and the acts come that defines some everything. And this is how we define the network with the straight lines. And then is one really important thing, as I said, funding. The number below, I think at the moment it's a bit higher, but with that 30 million per 1 million inhabitants per year, we are at the level of the Netherlands at the moment. But this is just in the last 5 years, because these regional development agreements projects are really in implementation phase. I will show you the picture. But we co-financed, as you all know, parking facility, all kind of cycling infrastructure, and also the bike sharing schemes. Within this regional development agreements, we co-finance this not urban mobility, but mobility that connects these suburbs of the cities, of the main cities, with these urban centers. And we are building at the moment 300 and 600 new separated cycling infrastructure, but altogether with that safety aspect was also considered. Those cycling routes will be 600 kilometers. This where are we building? The green lines are already built. This is kind of hobby analysis, but the red lines are the project, and you can see where the main urban centers are, where the most lines goes. Red lines. So one very important thing was to raise awareness is the SUMP process. We started with 2014 with the SUMP guidelines, and there were some first pilots before, during some European project, but then we implement this European guidelines. We translated it into Slovenia, and by now we have more than 80 municipalities that represent about 40 municipalities, but in those municipalities lives 85% of all population of Slovenia. So we raise awareness. I think it's a strategic document, but in the first generation, as is happening in Slovenia, I think it's more raising awareness document, because you're starting to think how to change the mobility behavior, and also your investment in transport infrastructure when you want to implement. But so we were quite successful, and we are in this revision of national guidelines was done last year, and now we're in public tendering of the new generation of the SUMPs, and that if you have a SUMP, it's the condition you can be a beneficiary at the European funding. So definitely the promotion is also needed. As I said before, we need to do a lot on education, and to educate from the police officers to the design, the project designers, the construction workers, but basically we have to raise awareness at the investor side too. I will just go to the network. That was the main topic. If you can see the analysis from 2017 years, the red lines are existing separate cycling infrastructure. You see a lot of missing sections. Only in the cities, and a few a bit longer sections are built as a separated. So the issue here is that we are not having an official, we weren't having an official database on cycling infrastructure. So our agency that is responsible for managing the national cycling routes started with the project last year, and here is the first draft. I will show you some picture, and quite a lot of data are included. So the red lines are the log distances, the blue lines are the main, we don't have regions, so the green lines are the regional cycle routes. And when the line is straight, we haven't defined the routing yet, so you can see we have a lot of work to do. So, and there is a different possibilities what to show. Here is where we signposted already. Here is where the project documentation prepared or in elaboration, or we are just in tendering the documentation. So, and I think this is the most important. I think the constructed, the separated cycling this is really basic, because before was mentioned that there is not infrastructure built, and we need to know where it's built. So to have this future project focus. And I just want to mention there is lack. We have 3 Eurovelo connections. First is there close to just this one. Yeah, this is the one section. This is the second Eurovelo, but the main goes through this, and it's not developed, and we have a big issues how to elaborate the routing. So this should be some kind of track of it, but there was a quite demanding terrain, and we elaborated the expert study where to do it, the temporary wayfinding, and where to final, and with the investment needs. This is really important because to have this focus where the investments should go. This was the map that was shown before. We are not involved only in the Slovenian national route network, but we want that our network will be a part of wider network. I'm not going, Viera, we could discuss the methodology after at lunch. But you definitely need a cooperation. I think when you want to implement something, it's really important to have the cooperation between the municipalities. Just 2 slides more, I think. I just want to show this as an example of best practice. This is the cooperation at the regional level or 2 region level. There is a kind of cooperation between Austrian Drava Radweg, this is the Drava cycling path, and there is also cooperation of the Slovenian municipalities in two regions, and then it's going further to Croatia. But this is the good practice because they have coordinator who is dealing with the infrastructure investment, and he is pushing our also national agency to build and to have this focus. But the most important is they are developing the cluster of service providers. Because if you have the infrastructure, you still have to bring the services to the tourists if you want. And these long distance cycle routes are definitely, it's not that somebody came in one municipality and will do the circus, so he wants to pass from Italy to the Serbia, where the Drava goes to the Danube. This is, we are preparing, not we, but Ministry of Economic Development is preparing the new tourism strategy, and this is the first strategy where the cycling is really focused. It's because they see cycling as a one of niche product. It could be, there are benefits because it's not so, it's also, you can cycle to the rural areas where it's not so touristic areas at the moment, and you spread your tourists during the season, and you spread during your country. And most lesson that I learned in last year, if you want to be successful, you have to have the coordination. It's a body, or it's a kind of, and you have to be kind of official, and you need to have a person who is in charge of it to regularly communicate with all the stakeholders. I said the 45 is quite a big number, but we manage somehow. We are doing the smaller subgroups. Then the data, if you want to have the future project to be focused or to be prioritized, you have to have the national database. We weren't having, there was some just kind of, you know, when one municipality came, the mayor and our agency built that there. No, you have to have a focus. Eurovelo 9 is the first priority, and it should be done before all other projects. Because all of the strategy, within this DCP project, we started also with our strategic plan, because I think it's important. And additionally, we have a lot of activities. I just should mention that the spatial planning and the transport planning is important, because we said that the spatial planning within the municipalities is the big fact how the infrastructure will be done. And now we are in the phase to be adopted. At the moment is in the parliament phase, so that the SUMPs will be the expert study for the spatial plan of each municipality. Yeah, I will finish. There is some other bullets, but you're checking me so hard. So these are my contacts. I'm open for the discussion after the lunch, and I'm also participating in the cycling tour, definitely. I'm here for the cycling and to learn something from you. Thank you.
Já možná ještě upřesním jeho prezentaci. My jsme se včera vlastně o ní bavili večer, jestli si může dovolit dát snímky z hlavy. A já jsem právě řekl, ty musíš, o tom je ta naše konference. Ale byly tam dány ještě z jiného důvodu, protože možná i v České republice je trochu jako kdyby zkresleno, to zase budujeme nějakou panevropskou síť dálkových cyklotras. A my chceme ukázat, že to je o filozofii. A musíš najednou naučit se vidět ten maličký detail v těch městech. Tam to všechno začíná. Proto i ten další blog je o plánech udržitelné městské mobility. A ty plány udržitelné městské mobility možná bychom vždycky měli si připomenout, děláš to tak, jak v Lublani. Tam začali na 60% podílu auta, ale udělali všechno pro to, aby to snížili na 40%, jim se to povedlo. A jedno ze základních pravidel je, auto musí dostat z centra pryč. Musí fungovat perfektně veřejná doprava.
And then what must be working here is a perfect infrastructure, not only for cyclists, but there must be infrastructure for the cars as well. It's not only about the long distance paths, but we need to learn to think in details in the cities, in urban areas. Therefore, there should be a connection to the urban mobility plan. So therefore, it was mentioned also in the presentation to show these connections. So the next presentation is about Serbia. Vladimir Djumic is the speaker. He is a representative from Serbia. You might be asking why there are no representatives from Austria or Holland or other countries. But I think it's also important to ask what Serbia can bring or can offer to Czech Republic.
Thank you, Jarda. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all here. Some of you I know from previous conferences, some I met yesterday. My name is Vladimir Djumic, and I'm coming from Serbia, from Belgrade, from Danube Competence Center, who is in charge actually for Eurovelo routes in Serbia, number 6, 11, and 13. And as I'm coming, I don't know if I've written it properly, probably not, this is Google translated. But what I'm going to tell you, it will be much shorter than Gregor's presentation, because Gregor told me yesterday that he cannot fit in 15 minutes. Then I said that I will fit in less than 15 minutes. So basically, I'm coming from the city of 2 million people almost, where infrastructure for cyclists is really important, and every centimeter, not meter, but every centimeter is highly important, and the huge fight we are doing for every centimeter in the city, because it's so expensive to build a cycle path when you don't have a space even for sidewalks. So basically, what we saw in Gregor's presentation, that it's all about people actually, that is also my presentation. It's always, like Jarda said on the beginning of our friendship, he said it's all about people and who you choose and who you work with. So I agree completely, and if we speak about infrastructure, unfortunately in Belgrade we don't have a lot of cycling infrastructure as we would like to. In Serbia we do have a lot of cycling pathways, probably because of isolation and not the high developed roads. We do have scenic roads between villages that are perfect for actually for cycling, almost like in Slovenia. And a lot of wild nature and plenty of spaces to ride a bicycle on a recreational and sport basis. But unfortunately, if we speak about daily commuting, only Novi Sad in northern province of Serbia can say that they are doing something concretely, and they have more than 10% of daily commuting. If we speak about general infrastructure in Serbia, I must also underline that this is the first year, 2022, when we finished and reconstruct 107 bridges that has been destroyed in the NATO intervention in 1999. So if we speak about infrastructure, it was not easy to build 107 bridges from the scratch in the last 20 years. So basically, that was Serbian roads were doing last 20 years. Finally, we have all those bridges reconnected and reconstructed again. So basically, Serbia is a land of a lot of rivers, a lot of lakes. So we need these bridges, and finally now we can connect through all over the country. So basically, how we found people who cares and who wants to do something for cycling in Serbia. We've been looking for cycling community in Serbia, for activists, sport clubs, cycling enthusiasts. The aim was very simple. Let's try to make first national cycling strategy, because it is important for all of us, because it will open the space for local communities, it will open space for NGOs to start doing more on cycling infrastructure, on cycling communities, and etc. So basically, we also find interested institutions, all public institutions, institutes from Serbian roads to Ministry of Environment Protection, then to Ministry of Construction, Transport and Infrastructure, and we found those people in those ministries who are cyclists, because they do know what we are talking about. If they are not cyclists, you can talk to them all the day long, and they will sit in their very comfortable cars at the end of the day and go back to their homes, and they will not care. But if they do cycling, if they are happy when they are cycling with their kids or by themselves, they will help. So basically, it was for us important to find those people. Of course, NGOs, activists, cycling organizations, they joined us very well, and we managed to form National Cycling Working Group, and I'm very proud that I'm coordinating it for a whole year. Of course, we had sport clubs and amazing cycling enthusiasts. Fortunately, in Serbia, we do have them that actually have been doing the amazing things for cycling infrastructure, for cycling community in the last 20 years. Of course, in this process of getting a national strategy, we had a lot of obstacles. First of all, one huge obstacle was pandemic measures, so we couldn't have live meetings. So we had a lot of those, if I can say, disgusting Zoom meetings where we didn't see each other's faces, only we see each other cameras. But fortunately, we managed, even though we gathered government institutions very hardly, because they had in such a specific working time, shorten or at home or something like this, and it was really difficult to get those government representatives, which also has very tight schedules as well. So basically, we decided not to start from the white paper. We decided to create one document that was a starting point, and that was the best decision. So basically, we gathered a group of people who made a first draft of the national strategy, and that's what we presented to the rest of the National Cycling Working Group. So it was easier to start with something than only with a white paper. And we really found those people who really take care about what is going to happen to cycling. These are those people. And it was some small team of experienced professionals that made this draft. And let's say we were trying to communicate more efficiently. In this era of communications and of era of information, it was difficult to find the best option, even though. So we said, okay, no Viber and WhatsApp groups, because we are all members of many of them. So it's a huge confusion and a mess of information. So what we are going to do, should we send the regular emails? Everyone receive 1,000 of emails weekly. So basically, what we decided to make a Google Drive and put all the documents on a Google Drive in order to provide access to all members of the group to all documents that we've been working on, including those that we got from the partners in the projects, from Jarda and from Gregor and from our other colleagues from Hungary, from definitely from Croatia, Romania, Bulgaria. But mostly important to emphasize that we had those mentors from Austria, Mr. Martin Eder and Jarda from Czech Republic, that actually were very precious for us for the beginning, giving us the examples from Czech Republic, giving us the examples from Austria, showing us where the mistakes have been made in those countries and what mistakes we shouldn't make in our case. So basically, later, all members of the National Cycling Work Group recommended at least one person they found suitable and, let's say, usable for National Cycling Working Groups. And later, me personally, I decided to make a newsletter. We all receive a lot of newsletters from all kind of commercial content, and I decided to make a newsletter in order to communicate with group members, and it was the best idea because they realized that through this newsletter they could get information about what is going on in cycling in Europe, what is going on in cycling in Serbia, and what we can do together, and what documents they need to fill in and comment in the meantime. So basically, basically this was a type of newsletter where I would send almost every week or every 2 weeks to all National Cycling Working Group members, and they were actually very pleased because finally they got some information on one place, not all over the internet. So basically, we made this database on Google Drive, so all documents are here and only people from the list of National Cycling Working Group can access. We had this first meeting and a very fruitful discussion, productive one, and this was actually the first time in Serbia that people gathered around cycling strategy, around cycling issue of this kind, and almost all were presented there to fight for future of cycling in Serbia, because Serbia is a transit country, beautiful country, just like Czech Republic. Serbia is very well known on some other stuff, not cycling like in Slovenia. We are not the best in cycling. We are better in some ball sports, whether it's small or it's big or it's in the water. But we are really keen to work on cycling infrastructure and to welcome all European cyclists to go through Serbia using Eurovelo routes, but also to explore Serbia using our national network of cycling routes because it's beautiful. We do have nice hilly plain areas like in the center of Serbia, similar to Hungary, similar to Czech or Slovak Republic. But we also have mountain areas in the east and the west of Serbia that are really beautiful. And I'm looking forward to see Czech cyclists in Serbia in the following years. Thank you very much.
Právě ve spolupráci se Srbskem jsem si uvědomil.
So in cooperation with Serbia, I realized one important thing. What I mentioned when I remembered 1997, when I and Viera started to talk about the support of cycling transport, and of course in 20 years we've made a lot of progress. We must praise ourselves, but we also have to be fair about what we did not succeed in. And if you look at Serbia and Slovenia and Slovakia, so we can say that we can be teachers for other states. It's not everything is black and white. And that's why this conference is called as International about Mutual Partnership and Aid. So it was about Serbia and its presentation. And now I would like to ask the cycle coordinator of the Pilsen region. I wanted to ask Mr. Kroc how he sees it in the Czech Republic. My name is Vladimir Kroc, and I am a coordinator for building the cycle routes in the region of Pilsen. But here I am to present the initiative of CYKLOVIZE 2030. It was Mr. Čížek from the ministry as our main person in terms of cycle routes. He addressed the Ministry of Transport with help, with the request for help, and then we spoke to the Pilsen region, and the ministry raised their requirement that we should show them what we would build and how much it would cost. Of course, it was a legitimate requirement, but we did not know the answer to it. And the Commission for Cycling was established, which CYKLOVIZE 2030, which consisted of the representatives of several states and several bodies, and the representatives of individual regions were invited here, and we found that the unsolved issues in the construction of cycle tracks are quite a lot, and we had a lot of things unclear among us. And one basic question which we were not able to solve and which has remained until now was the distribution or the definition of the cycling and of the traffic function of the cycle track. If we create some plans, so it is always on the basis of the collection of some traffic data, and if there is a transport requirement, so some communication has to take place, and the question is what motivation of people to use the route is tourism, or whether the motivation is based on the need of commuting, or the need of being transported from one place to another. And I think these are the attributes which are important to create the additional infrastructure of the cycle track. The basic meetings took place on the 4th of March, where the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry for Regional Development and the Railway Administration, the Highway Administration, and other institutions took place, and things started to move on. What is the purpose of CYKLOVIZE 2030? It is to work on in the establishment of the backbone network of the roads determined for active mobility, which will be focused on the satisfaction of transport needs of the territory, and this is what we want to achieve, and we need to know what purpose we want to be covered. So the routes like this should become a part of the transport system of the Czech Republic. We have gone to other issues, and that is, what is the purpose? This backbone network for active mobility will be included into the land plans at the national and regional level, and they should be incorporated in the principles of the regional development of the regions, of the points described here. I'd like to speak about the creation of the standards for the extent of involvement of different authorities. So when we build important road or land structures, so temporary roads are built which serve for operating or for serving the construction site of the road which is being built. And these temporary roads are then destroyed and the environment is returned to its original condition. When the communication with railways takes place at the right time, so they are quite open that these temporary roads can be retained and they can be used as cycle tracks. We have managed several times to successfully implement such a system, and we have achieved the construction of some cycle tracks, which did not cost us any money. We could use these temporary roads, and as a cycle route, they can be used for decades, because it was originally built for heavy-duty machinery for building the roads. What is the current status? In the Czech Republic, there are about 40,000 kilometers of signposted cycle tracks, but unfortunately there is no comprehensive system. There are no connections, and there are different ways how to approve these roads, and this should be solved by having the national strategy. Within the CYKLOVIZE 2030, a web application was created, Cycle Construction CZ, which compiles the data from different regions. So there should be requirements to what should be part of the national network. After the completion of the background information, which was quite problematic because the data collected are in different data and it is difficult for them to communicate among themselves, and it is quite hard work. So it will then serve as the national strategy of the cycling transport in the Czech Republic, and it will serve to the Ministry of Transport to answer the question what we should build and how much money it would cost. This is the web portal of CYKLOVIZE 2030. You can see the regions, the list of regions on the right-hand side, and you can see, you can open the application, and you can see the routes which could become the part of the national cycle network. So this is the region of Pilsen. This is what we have created, and we should have the same for the rest of the regions in the country.
I would like to add one more thing, because yesterday I spoke to the representatives from Ústí region, and there was one date, 23rd and 24th of June, within the Olomouc region. So I would like to invite both of you there. It will not be only about cycling, but point after point, we would like to open the discussion about the topics which we spoke about in May at the Ministry of Transport. So I would like to go step by step, point by point, and I would like to start to tackle and solve the problems with the purpose roads, regarding the purpose roads. So I do not want to speak randomly, but I would like to be well organized. The representatives representatives from the Ústí region were very clear. If we will not succeed, then we will not be able to build any infrastructure. So therefore, we do not want to speak about it now, because in connection to that topic, which we have mentioned here, we can discuss that problem and challenge at the meeting, which will be held in June. And it will be a very specific and concrete discussion. So the conference, or our conference, is just one on the track on which there are many discussions and conferences, the topic of which is the promotion of cycling. Nevertheless, we still have 5 minutes left. I would like to start with one improvisation, because yesterday we didn't hear the presentation of Mr. Vlček from the Ministry for Regional Development, and purposely this presentation will be dedicated to the Deputy of the Minister, Mr. Sršeň, because I think this project was forgotten. Because we always spoke with the Ministry of Transport, but we sort of neglected the Ministry for Regional Development. And this is a cross-sectional project, and the Ministry sees it in the whole scale. And when I put it in connection with the presentation of Mr. Vizmazal, he showed us one photo. He said, don't speak about the plans of urban mobility, speak about the plans for the cities of short distances. This is the big overlap which is here, which is established here. So this is a sort of tool how to change the cities, how to make the cities to be citizen-friendly. It's not about the cars only, it's about the citizens, it's about the change of behavior. So therefore, I am referring that this topic has more to do with the Ministry for Regional Development than with the Ministry for Transport. Jiří, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being given the floor again. I'm not sure that I can manage in 5 minutes. Even at a discussion in Rotterdam with the European Commission, I always needed more than 5 minutes. So recently, I was responsible at the Ministry for Urban Active and Overall Mobility, apart from the fund, IROP and so on. So today, I am here in my free time. You will understand it after the presentation. By any means, I really appreciated that Jarda, Jitka, and others helped us to tilt this difficult project to the regional environment, to the local level. And it was not an easy task, and we found perfect synergies. And I think that not only I appreciate our synergies, but also Jitka and Jarda. I do not like figures much, but today it is 6 years that I am with the ministry, and I have organized and prepared many projects, and you can see the projects on the slide. I have only 12 slides, and I have some good practices and bad practices here in my presentation in the end, so be well prepared. So I was admitted in 2016 to the ministry, and our ministry had big ambitions, and we wanted to lead one of those partnerships, 3-year partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships extended the period of partnership for 4 or 5 years. And I actually got this project as my birthday present. And this is the first statement, what the project means for us. Because I was told that the project of partnership is as a gift from the heavens. Some more quotations. The ex-director, Franta Kubeš, discussed with us the matter as well. We spoke about the support which we had at the beginning, but not in the end. Sometimes we were fighting against the windmills. Here you can see the quotes of the deputy minister who said, sorry, I can't tell you what he said because I can't see it on the slide because there are some people sitting in front of me and I don't have the presentation in front of me. And Mr. Volček does not read it. And the key was when after 2 years of the project, some changes happened at the ministry. It happens regularly. And sometimes you wonder what happens. And what happens what you do not expect. And it happened to me at the very beginning because I was just a facilitator of the project and then I was promoted. At the beginning, I had a colleague, Mrs. Zezulková, who is not working at the ministry anymore. Another quote, Krnov Mayor told me after the presentation, I can't tell you what he said because I can't see the slide, what's written on the slide. During the project, we came across many difficult terms which were mostly in English. So in the end of 2019, I was shocked, but then we proceeded. President Klaus said at the time, we are going forward. So we went forward. So what shall we do with the project? The project was not a priority anymore at that time. It was not, even it was. Then COVID pandemic came, so we had some more time. And in 2020, we had an online conference regarding the project. In 2021, which is the 5th year of the project, we succeeded to put everything together, and here you see 9 outputs, which refer to urban mobility. I will not name them. I'm proud for preparing these outcomes in a nutshell. And here you can see the partnership which helped up with the design because we did not have any resources. And actually there was also no will, no intention to support us at the ministry at that time. And this is the grand final. Every year we have so-called systemic reorganization, and actually you were expelled from the ministry. Not only me, but my supervisors as well. And conclusion, this is for English colleagues, but it's only in small letters what we had there. Common vision, 25 partners for priority topics, which you can see down here. And these are the measures for the activity. And on the right, some keywords which you might read, but I will send you my presentation to all of you. So this was the information in a nutshell. What was the project about? And this is a sort of voting slide. A, do you think that this project was a gift from the heavens? B, was it a useless gift? C, each standard project has its life cycle. It means that it has finished that project. So who would vote for A? That was the gift from heaven. Who would like for B? It was the useless gift. And C, that each project has its life cycle. The solution is as follows, or the result is as follows. That was all in one. And I'm happy that I could participate. But I think that next time the project should be organized and planned and prepared in a better way. Because Franta Kubeš, the ex-director, said it was a lost chance or lost opportunity, just in vain. I would like to comment on the presentation. I'm so grateful that you accepted the invitation to this conference, because I think that this is the last chance how to put the project back into the game, because otherwise it will be lost and forgotten. So therefore, I think this is a gift from the heavens. But you know how it works. When you get a gift, you need to take care of it. And sometimes you need to dust off the gift and put it in life again. So it was not about me at that time, because at that time I was not at the ministry. I have been with the ministry only 3 months. But my colleagues did not mention the outputs of that project, which is more important than the persons. The outputs should have been presented here, so I feel sorry for that. We promote such things, and the systematic reorganization did not lead to liquidation, but to the strengthening. But believe it or not, but some colleagues at some departments do not know what evaluation is. So for the first time, we need to do evaluation within the framework of subsidy titles. So believe it or not, but we try to move it forward to a new direction. And the truth is that we transformed a department which should be the strongest one in the department. And just now we have a tender for a new director for the Department of Analysis, and we are looking for a capable person. And the second thing which I would like to emphasize is that my colleague does not like the topic of smart cities. On the contrary, I think it is very important. I think we need to frame all these things into the mosaic, and the mosaic, mobility mosaic, is within smart city concepts. I have been involved in this topic on the level of European Union, especially smart villages. But in case we do not put together a mobility, energy sector, social sector, participation of the citizens, so it's not only the citizens, but also about the soft leg, that then it would not work. So these all must be pulled together. So I think that we have, as one of the first countries in EU, we prepared a smart city concept. And I am glad that we use the horizontal approach, not only vertical approach. It means that all ministries must finance the activities which are involved in smart city concept. So it's not only on the level of the ministers. It means that it's not only the Ministry for Regional Development which should be tackling and solving this topic, and other people, other ministries are laughing at us, because these are the things which must be interconnected, combined together. And I believe that even this project will show us some results and outputs. So I would like to ask my colleague to show me the outputs, the results, because I haven't seen them and it was not mentioned here. And I personally can promise that I will promote this activity. And I also wanted to say that there is an activity on the level of the regions. I know about it because I am in the group. And I will definitely follow. And these activities are about cooperation, local cooperation, regional cooperation, national and European cooperation, including the facts which, including the results which have been achieved, for example, in the Vysočina region. I would like to mention or refer or comment on what Mr. Vymazal said, that all the project must be negotiated not only on the horizontal level but also vertical level. Also, the citizens should have their word. So once more, should take all that as a sort of framework or a mosaic, because, for example, I have my family in the east of Slovakia, and I was so happy that I saw that there are some projects being prepared, and also the Dunaj region, there are also some projects. So let's take it from the bird's eye view and let's perceive it from a wide, broad concept and context. And not only investment, but also political and methodological approach are important. So I would like to wish much success to all of you, and I'm looking forward to cooperation. The outputs are here, so when I sum them up, to have a functional urban mobility, we need 4 pillars.
So the public transport and accessibility is not about the town. So there is a support of active mobility and the consideration of the public space connected with the campaigns for supporting active mobility and the support of new services, innovations. This is how we try to put a kind of framework on the urban mobility. And this is one of the starting points, and this is what we use the concept for. So this was an exceptional presentation. We had to include it today because yesterday it was not possible. Now there will be a 15-minute break, so we'll be start at 11:10.
Takže já zase takticky budu chvilku mluvit, abych tím přivolal posluchače z prvního patra, takže pomaličku mluvím a snad mě lidi slyší a budou vědět, že už pomaličku začínáme a tak minutku budu hovořit a budu mluvit. Možná poprosím kolegyně, Hango, jestli můžeš jít dolů a trochu to tam popohnat, jo? Že nechtěli bychom přednášet do prázdného sálu. Jako. Uhlásil přednášku Virkovička. No 5 minut a diskuze, tady chceme diskuzi, protože to je... Jo, no. Já to prostě řeknu všem jako toto 5-6, že chceme jako o diskuzi. To je vždycky nejhorší, já právě nemám rád ty pauzy, přestávky, protože to je smrt. Jako, jo. Takže vždycky radši jedu non-stop a když má někdo chuť na kafe, tak si odskočí a toto. Někdo to vyžaduje, tak to je jako babo rádi, jako tady s tím. To je jak ten Ciroman, jo? Neděláme pauzy, protože... Já tam snad budu muset zaběhnout, ale není možné. To je tak náročně dostat semka, to je nadlidský úkol. Jako. Mám řvu na ně. Co? Tak snad pomaličku budou přicházet další. Začneme? Nebo dáme 11:20? 2 minuty. 11:20. Tak 20minutová ztráta ještě není tolik jako. Nedělat pauzy. Asi začneme. To už musíme možná tím pochopit, že už je nebo takhle. Já to uvedu a hned půjdu zase dolů je pozvat. Takže dovolte, abych...
So let me introduce the next speaker, Mr. Sedmidubsky from the Ministry of Transport, who is a co-author of Urban Active Mobility concept. We agreed on presentation which will refer to the principles of coordination, plus we can emphasize some highlights of the presentation not to be repeated. Good morning. Me and my colleague have prepared presentation, because many of the facts which we had in our presentation have already been said. Yesterday and today, many things were said also by our minister. So due to this reason, I will not be repeating those facts which have been said already. So I would take a different approach to my presentation today. I will use only one slide from my original presentation. I would like to focus more on the things which haven't been mentioned yet. Regarding the concept of sustainable urban mobility, plus I can respond or comment on some things and issues which have been said here, and I can correct them as well. So, the active mobility concept was submitted to the government, and the intention was to start speaking about that concept not only among politicians on the governmental level, but also on the local level, on both levels. Because whenever we speak about the transport, we always speak about the highways, how many kilometers we build, about the Danube River and the structures associated with the Danube, and about the railways. But here we talk about sustainable transport, and it is also connected to CO2 emissions, environment, and so on. And these problems are concentrated in the cities most predominantly. And that all must be tackled in cooperation with local governments. So that was also one of our plans, why we submitted the plan to the concept to the government. So this is the slide I'm going to speak about. The Deputy Minister said that the towns have elaborated the sustainable urban mobile plans, but it was the project which was put into drawer. But I would like to say that the Czech Republic is far away with the elaboration of those urban mobility plans. We are a few steps ahead compared to other entities and countries, because we all the towns which have more than 40,000 inhabitants have already compiled those concepts. And a simplified version of the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan was prepared especially because of EU, because they wanted us to elaborate it in half a year. So that was just a brief concept which we prepared, because it is a long-term work to prepare a good concept which should have all the prerequisites needed. So half a year is not enough. So therefore the EU said, okay, so prepare something simplified because it is needed. And then we were surprised because the requirement was only for the Czech Republic, not for other states, but it helped us to get started. And the towns knew that they have to prepare the concept because we need to fulfill the EU requirement. But it was good then because all the towns started. So we haven't spoken about the Commission for the assessment of the plans of urban mobility, and it includes the representatives from the Ministry of Environment, of Local Development, and there is the Transport Faculty of Technical University in Prague, and the representatives from the Center of Transport Research. Because we also evaluate and assess the plans. We do not approve them, but we evaluate them because it must be approved by the statutory towns, by the municipalities. But our role is to confirm that urban mobility plans are a useful conceptual starting point on underlying document for the projects which the cities then tilt into IROP or Operation Program Transport. So that was our function, that is our function. But we also recommend the towns how to improve their projects or their materials, and we also try to notify about potential gaps and discrepancies, because the plans should be used in reality. It should not be put into the drawer. And due to our cooperation, the municipalities then started understanding the concept. And I need to say that most of our recommendations were integrated into the urban mobility plans. I would like to mention one new thing, because just now on the European level, a revision of the directive on European cycling networks is being prepared. And what is new there is that there are new definitions for urban nodes. It means that all towns having more than 100,000 inhabitants, and if the region does not have so many inhabitants in the biggest city, it can also include the biggest town. And what is essential here is that within those urban or city nodes, the TNT system or network should be solved as well. It is the first and the last mile TNT. So also the vicinity of the town should be included, because sometimes the roads leading from the villages to the cities play important role. Everything should be anchored legislatively, because it will be a part of the directive, and therefore for the towns then it will not be a document for their own. So it will not be only in the competence also only of the towns, but it will be under the competence of that directive. The directive has not been approved yet, and we expect that the situation will change, and the urban mobility concept should be modified as well. So, as I said, 100,000 inhabitants, this is not so big city from the European point of view, but for us it plays an important role as well. I would also like to notify you about the second change, because within the urban mobility plan, it is very often narrowed to the personal transport. But this should also include a plan of urban logistics. So it means that also the cargo traffic should be solved here in this concept, which is a wider concept. The only town which is tackling that plan from the logistic point of view is Prague in the Czech Republic. And there are many sectors which must be solved. For example, e-commerce, waste removal, building logistics, and so on. In connection to this, we also gradually start to implement cargo bicycles to serve historical parts or centers of the city. But it is also connected to the logistic process, because we can't speak only about one depot, but about the connections from the depot farther on. It is now tackled and solved in a research program. And the result or output should be a methodology for the towns how they should proceed. So this is also something what I would like to emphasize, that it will be applicable for bigger towns. They would need to tackle this logistics problem as well. There are about 19 indicators which the towns should annually follow. It is a bit of problem for us because these indicators are demanding financially and personally as well to find out if these indicators are fulfilled or not. And the point is now which we are negotiating in these indicators should be followed and identified every year, or for example every 5 years, because they change quite frequently and quickly. We spoke about a concept which has 3 main sectors. First of all, it is methodological leadership of the cities, how the cities should be preparing the urban mobility plan. Secondly, communication with the public, and it is about the communication with local politicians, and it is necessary to maintain the process even after election when the personnel changes at the municipalities. Yesterday also we had a representative from the police forces, so it is also important to communicate with the police force, because some measures are difficult to be implemented from the police perspective as well. And it's also necessary to communicate with the journalists and so on. And the result, what we would expect here, is the change in the behavior of the citizens. And the last sector of the conception is focused on the legislation regarding the rules for the traffic and post-signing and so on. Because nowadays we have different types of vehicles which did not exist in the past. For example, Prague faced problems with the scooters, electric scooters, because those scooters caused also injuries and accidents. And I remember at one time there was a ban on cyclists in Prague 1, which fortunately was changed now. Well, the main principle of the concept is built on 4 consequent steps, which I would like to speak about now, because it is very essential. Minister yesterday spoke about the approach how to perceive the individual car transport, because it will always play a certain roles here. But individual car traffic should not, or transport should not be above cyclists and pedestrians. The point is that problems should be solved in connection with new technologies which are emerging nowadays. And the same applies not only to individual transport, but also to cargo transport, long-distance transport, how to transport the goods, and so on. So this is the first step which we need to solve within the development of the cities. And therefore, the concept of short distances in the cities is a very important thing which must be solved within this concept. So this is the first step with which we need to start. Because, you know, the towns are extending bigger and bigger, but the inside or the inner space of the town is the same. The streets are not wider, and that's the problem. The second step is to motivate the people, the citizens, to use the alternative modes of transport. Public transport, I think in this area we have good results in the Czech Republic. For example, in Prague before COVID pandemic, the figures showed us that 42% of citizens use public transport, 29% use individual car transport. So we can say it is 60 to 40 in favor of public transport. So the figures were not as bad. And e-mobility is 1%, so it's not much. And there is a big space, room for improvement. What helped us was COVID pandemic, because during the time people used more bicycles than public transport, and the figures show it as well. We can speak about double figures, which is positive. The problem with the car is as follows, because it is also connected to the third step, because all modes of transport must be improved with respect to their impact. And people quite often say, okay, so we will implement alternative drives and electric cars, and this will solve our problem, which is needed, which we need to support, because we have some programs, also the operational program transport, which includes, for example, public charging stations, fast charging stations, and standard charging stations in the cities, because if there are no stations, then the people will not be willing to buy e-cars. So this is important, but the main problem which will remain here with the individual car is a spatial problem, where the thorny problem is the number of cars per 1,000 inhabitants. It is 650 cars per 1,000 inhabitants, because in average, in Czech Republic, a car is operated 24 minutes a day, and the rest is just parking somewhere in public space. And now, when we speak about development, about the constructions, we usually speak about the garages and parking lots in the garages or under the ground. But it's difficult also with e-cars. So the question is, how shall we succeed to solve the parking in closed areas? Because, for example, CNG cars can't park underground in closed space. So it's not an easy task, but there is room for improvement. But speaking about the space, like spatial premises, we don't have much space, and it will not be increased. So, for example, we would like to see one car in a family, not two and more cars. So a car is a good servant, but when I regularly commute to school or to office, I should be able to find an alternative, because the public transport has a very good network in the Czech Republic. So this is the main issue here. If I need to use the car due to different reasons, for example, taking someone to the hospital or business reasons, then we should have a space to use our individual cars. So this is about the change of behavior of the public. It has also been said that the urban mobility plan is a sort of technical solution. It looks like that at the very beginning because it is very true, but I can't agree that the urban mobility plan is only involves hard solutions. I would not agree. It includes also soft solutions, as I mentioned already, which is communication with the citizens and with the stakeholders. And then technologies could help us as well. Smart city process or smart region processes are important. So our plans and intentions are not designed only for cities, but also for villages. It is this. People should have an option to decide in the future if they use their individual car or transport, public transport, or if they share cars or bikes. This is essential, and this is a must for the future. And the fourth step is the adjustment of the street premises, of the street space, because that space must be not used only as a parking area for the cars. And we should solve this problem not only in the centers, downtowns of the cities in Prague, Brno or Rihlava, for example, but in all the areas where the people live, when they have their houses. And this is about the zones, about the shared zones, residential zones, 30 zones, how to implement the zones, and what were the mistakes which were part of the implementation. When I see a residential zone, for example, and at the same time I see some main roads with the priorities as well. This is something what should not be in a residential zone. A residential zone is free of main streets, so these are the mistakes which we have seen in the past. So the point is that we need to implement the things, but correctly and carefully, and in most premises of the city, but not in the transit zones. So this is the fourth step. So this is something I wanted to emphasize here because it hasn't been said yet here. So the concept is actually built on those 4 steps or 4 pillars. And then I also spoke about TNT and about the function of the concept. As we are too late, then I would like to ask Hanna Brůhová, who will speak about the evaluation of the plan of urban mobility and evaluation of the documents.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for inviting me to this conference and for giving me an opportunity to introduce our activities dealing with the evaluation issues. I think this topic is quite important because at least Deputy Minister Sršeň said that evaluation is what a number of employees who should know the process don't know it. So I would like to deal with it for a while. Why? Why evaluate? Why do we want to do it? We all have the evaluation connected with a bureaucratic process, with something annoying, which consumes and exploits the funds. There is a necessity of some human resources. And what is it for? The main reason is to make our decision-making as more efficient. We want to make decision-making more efficient. We want to make efficient the decision-making on mobility. This, in the longer time horizon, it will save us costs. Although we need to carry out the evaluation, we then have to allocate some money to it, but in the future this money will come back because we will have a more efficient decision-making. We will consider more aspects in the projects, and the entire process will be more efficient. At the same time, the evaluation is what penetrates entire decision-making process, and based on this, the evaluation can set up future activities. If it is done on an ongoing basis, so the ongoing results of evaluation may bring the incentive or some suggestions how things should be changed or modified if it is not taking place as we would like it to take place, or if it leads to a different goal than we would like it to lead to. Why is it done in the main way? So it is because evaluation gives us information. It gives us background documentation, background information. It gives us expert information or information about what we have succeeded in, what we did not succeed in, so we can share good practice. And what's mainly important is that it gives us the data and information for communication with the public. So as a result, if we communicate the evaluation information well, so it will strengthen the trust of the public in the strategies and plans, which then has a good impact on the efficiency of the measures, because they are well accepted and we know that their effects are better. So the evaluation definitely pays off, and it should be done. The evaluation is done in different phases. It is done ex ante or during the preparation of the project or preparation of the strategies. Then there is a continuous evaluation during the implementation, and the most important is what most people imagine under evaluation is the ex post evaluation, or it is the evaluation of the impacts. Why? Despite the fact that the evaluation definitely is favorable and the information from abroad shows that the evaluation does make sense. So why isn't it done in the Czech cities so much? We have made an extensive survey among Czech cities, and after we made a lot of interviews with key stakeholders, and they all agreed that especially systematic evaluation, ex post evaluation does not take place, or it takes place only for partial projects, partial activities, and not within the extent as it should take place. So we concentrated on where the main problems are and why this happens. The first reason is what comes to your mind is the shortage of insufficient data or funds. The cities are not used to allocate funds to these activities, and a lot of towns don't systematically collect the data that could be used for evaluation. So it then depends on the data collected with other institutions available from the statistical office or other non-profit organizations or carriers, and but not many towns collect the data systematically for evaluation. There is probably more about the reasons for not doing the evaluation. So it is probably the lack of interest in that, or not realizing the benefits of evaluation. But there could be also the fears that the fact that the evaluation could be abused against those who made a decision. So it is a kind of being quite prudent. It's better not to release too much information. It is better not to be too analytical. And it may be connected with the fact that it is not always easy to say when the success comes, when the measure was successful. Is it when, for example, in public transport, there is one extra passenger, or is it 1,000 passengers added to the public transport, or how to define the success? There are also technical things. For example, smart technologies for data collection are missing. The analysis of the status before the intervention are not done. And in terms of methodology, some steps are quite demanding, such as quantification of benefits of sustainable mobility. For example, favorable impact on the health, on social aspects, etc. And it is also the shortage of experts who are able to implement the evaluation methodologically well. So the contribution of our team was that we prepared several outputs for municipalities and villages, and for regions, and for other institutions of public transport and public authorities and local governments. And these days we completed the methodology for the evaluation of urban mobility. And we perceive that in the Czech Republic we have some 40 plans of sustainable urban mobility, and there is the first generation of the plans which is being implemented now. And the essence of the SUMPs is above all the evaluation of their impacts, which should take place gradually, and they should be continuously evaluated. So our methodology brings more detailed materials about how to evaluate the plans of urban mobility, and it is also as a suggestion to the cities who don't have SUMPs and they would like to make the evaluation of their sustainable mobility. And we should not omit the evaluation of individual traffic and transport measures. So our effort is to support the towns in their planning to sustainable mobility, which will be based on decision-making based on the data. So this was a kind of rational decision-making based on the data. The methodology is determined or is intended for local self-governments, regional governments, but also to the state governments, to the ministries, to the evaluators and evaluation processors and other stakeholders. I think it is also it can be used for academic purposes. In terms of the methodology specifies what the evaluation is, how, with respect to the specifics of sustainable urban mobility, what types of evaluation and possibilities there are. It brings us the plan about how to make the evaluation, whether it is SAMP or other planning documents. So about the measures and the whole methodology is intertwined with the line of the importance of involving the public, because also for the evaluation it is necessary to involve the public and to communicate, mainly when we have it is mainly in the final phase when we should pass on the necessary information. This PLUMM model is part of the methodology, which should help those who use it in selecting suitable traffic or transport measure, which considers what the town wants to achieve and where it wants to go. And then in the model for each of the measures, in the model, there is detailed information on their impacts, whether social, environmental, transport, and others. And as an example, a good practice examples, but also what the cities should be careful about, where they could meet or encounter the measure. And our goal is to bring new innovative measures, not to look at the routine measures, but to bring the measures which are not so usual in the Czech conditions. Here is the structure of the methodology. I will skip that. Here, the methodology summarizes in what way to implement the evaluation. Most of the evaluation processes can be divided into 5 steps: the preparation, defining the evaluation goals and questions. Then it is the evaluation design, the methodology, how to prepare it. And the last important step is the use of evaluation results. There are outputs which should be implemented in individual steps and how to achieve them. If we look at evaluation of the plans of sustainable mobility, so this process is set up by the town itself within its monitoring and evaluation plan, which is binding. And in the methodology, we have the documentation about how to process the plan, and we put there the indicative parameters which are not binding but recommended, how to evaluate this and how it should take place at the level of the entire plan and entire SAMP, and also at the level of the individual action plans. Similarly, this is the process for the towns which are smaller, under 40,000 people, which don't have their own SAMP, and they want to be aware of what the situation of their sustainable mobility is. And we have the requirements about the evaluation, about the above standard evaluation, also with respect to the size of the cities. It was about the methodology. I would like to also inform you that in addition to methodology, we also prepared the book on evaluating the plans and mobility projects. This book has been in the market since the beginning of March. It was published by the Grada publishing house, and we tried to familiarize everybody who is interested in evaluation of urban mobility. We try to let them know how to do it. And in the end, I would like to invite you to the conference, which will be prepared for you on the 19th of October in Prague in the Ministry of Transport. It will be on the future of urban mobility, and there we would like to discuss the outputs of the unique data which our team has collected during the COVID pandemic, and from which we are able to find some medium-term or long-term trends on mobility. We also invited interesting foreign experts who are pretty important and interesting keynotes from abroad. So we'll be happy if you come. The information about the conference will be available on our website and on our Facebook. Thank you for your attention.
And quickly from theory to practice. Dagmar Kočárková from the Transport Faculty of the Czech Technical University will introduce our idea how we would like to present good practice examples at the conference which will be held in Prague in the next year and which is called the World Road Congress. So I would like to invite you all to participate as well in the congress. Briefly, I would like to introduce myself and also cooperators and the people who participate in the urban mobility concept. I am employed at the Czech Technical University Transport Faculty, and we try to educate the students who should perceive the mobility from all possible aspects. I also lead the Faculty of Transport Engineering, and I am also a corresponding member of a working group PR, which is involved in mobility. I hope you have heard about our association. Our name is Czech Road Society. It is an independent, voluntary and professional organization, and the members are engineers, technicians, students, workers and other experts. We have a close cooperation with the Czech Road Society. We try to educate people, and we also have many experts, and we focus our attention on transport engineering. We also have some road societies which are located all over Czech Republic, and at the same time our company is a long-term member of the World Road Association, abbreviation PRC. As for the professional section, we have regular meetings. Twice a year we meet, and last time we discussed the concept of urban mobility. We had also seminar at the road conference in Olomouc, where we spoke about that topic. I think that many of you were there. In this year, we also plan a blog which will refer to this issue. It will be within the road conference, which will be held on the 4th and 5th October in Prague in Congress Center. And one blog will be dedicated to the sustainable mobility and connections to concept. So as for the international cooperation of our Czech Road Society, PRC has a long-term history. It was established in 1909, and it involves more than 120 countries from all around the world. We have 1,200 experts. We have 20 technical committees, and from Czech Republic, between 20 and 23, we have elected, we have 32 experts. These are not only the members of the Czech Road Society, but also other professionals who work in 18 technical committees. A part of those committees are the individual areas which refer to transport, but what is also important, within the technical committee 2.1, 1.2, which has the name the mobility in built-in area. During those 4-year period, we elaborate good examples and reports from all the countries which participate. I would like to emphasize that the strategic plan of PRG also perceives that we do not need to concentrate only on the sector of transport, when we need to focus on mobility as such. The committee has 3 groups. I will not read the individual parts. You will have my presentation, but here you can see all the areas, and these areas refer to the urban areas and vicinity of the towns and multimodalities. So where we are heading to during our 4-year area, 4-year period. Every 4 years, we have a World Congress. The last one was held in 2019 in Abu Dhabi. We had also the delegates from the Czech Republic, and there were 27 people, including Luděk Sosna, and the management of the Czech Road Society succeeded in organizing the next Congress in Prague, beginning of October in Prague. Last time when the Congress was held in Prague was 1972. So our company strived to return the Congress back to Prague, and we succeeded. So within this Congress, we will introduce the outputs of all our technical committees, including the mobility sector. We have many reports which are available at the website of PRG, and it will be a great opportunity to meet experts from all over the world. It is difficult to say how many people will attend, but we expect about 3,000 people to attend. It will be held in the Congress Center, and because the Czech Road Society would like to invite as many experts from all over the world, not only Czech Republic, so we will also provide for translations. French and Spanish and English will be the languages into which the Congress will be translated. And in conclusion, I will mention one more cooperation because of our activities, I came across the interesting challenge, the call for urban mobility with Branda, which will be mentioned here, which was a very interesting competition event where the towns and villages introduced their programs. We had a 9-member committee which evaluated the projects. I saw the banner referring to the competition somewhere here as well. Dita will speak about it in more detail. So this is just a survey which projects won. The main award for the transport structure is one of the awards. Then there is a special award for the measures for the pedestrians. Then the special prize, the special award awarded by the jury, and the award of the public. We had small projects and also very big projects. The projects were prepared in very small villages as well as in very big towns. Thank you for your attention. I wish you a nice day.
Děkuji. Jak už jsme několikrát naznačovali v průběhu této konference, hodně.
Thank you. As we have said many times during this conference that we are connecting the ideas of sustainable mobility and innovative approaches. There is one European project which is trying to summarize the innovations and a sustainable mobility plan, and I would like to introduce Mrs. Marlene Damerau to introduce the project DIN Accessibility for CE.
So, my name is Marlene Damerau. I work for Ruprecht Consult. Ruprecht Consult is a consultancy based in Cologne in Germany. And we are specialized in working with sustainable mobility throughout Europe. Yes, and I'm here today to present you okay. I don't know if I... Okay. Okay. Yes. So I'm here today to present you the outputs of a Interact Central Europe project that we have been working on as a partner. And the project is called DIN Accessibility for CE. And it's a strange name. It's a composed name out of two words, dynamic and flexibility. And actually, the objective of this project was to prepare approaches to plan for complex and innovative topics within a SUMP. So it is a project that is not a normal Interact project, but it's a project that capitalizes on results from previous projects such as Horizon and other Interact projects. And it has a focus on low carbon mobility and air quality priority. We have 11 partners from Central Europe, including 2 from outside the program area, which is us in Cologne, and Polis, which is the communication partner in Belgium. And here you see an overview of the projects that provided input to our capitalization project. So you see a couple of Horizon projects there, and we used results from these projects on planning for collective and connected and automated mobility from Coexist. We have a couple of SUMP-related research projects that we used. We have the topics regulation in SUMP and regulation of new mobilities. We have the topic UVER, which stands for Urban Vehicle Access Restriction from the REVEAL project. We have results from a mass-related project, and then several Interact Central Europe projects that contributed insights based on how to plan for the functional urban area of an urban core, how to plan for smart mobility, and how to develop specific stakeholder engagement strategies, air quality management, and so on. And we also have a couple of national projects, such as the German Absolute project, which builds on results on automated and connected mobility. So the objectives of the project are to use guidelines that have been produced and results that have been produced in the different projects, and to analyze them with specific regard to 3 topics. And these are CCAM, which stands for Cooperative, Connected and Automated Mobility, Urban Vehicle Access Regulations, short UVER, and Mobility as a Service, short MAS. So with these 3 innovative topics in mind, the project went through the existing guidelines and made an assessment of how these could be updated, especially from a Central Europe perspective. And the project also developed trainings and tools to increase competences in in the local authorities. And we also developed special SUMP task forces in different Central Europe countries to promote the SUMP concept. Another output is the SUMP Central, which is a competence center on SUMP, and I can show you more about this in a minute. Sorry, I pressed on the wrong button. Okay, yeah. So what you see here is actually the analysis result from our SUMP self-assessment tool. I don't know if you are aware that this tool exists. It is a tool, you can find it if you follow this online address. It is a tool that guides the people who go through the questionnaire through the 8 SUMP principles and gives you a targeted analysis result with invites you to guidelines that you can use that are targeted to your results. And what you see here is the results of 5 Czech cities or stakeholders from 5 Czech cities who answered the questionnaire. And of course, it's anonymized, but to generally, we will not go through the different categories, but there is one specific topic or principle for a sustainable urban mobility planning, where you can see that the 5 respondents answered in a very similar way, which is here, actually. It's the principle to plan for sustainable mobility in the functional urban area. And this is something that was discussed throughout the day and also yesterday. So I would say that the practitioners who responded to this questionnaire would agree with you that there needs to be more planning and cooperation across municipal and administrative boundaries in the development of a SUMP. So in the Dynaccessibility for CE project, we had this as a background, the principle to plan for sustainable mobility in the functional urban area, with the specific topics mass, UVER, and CCAM in mind. And the partners developed certain outputs, such as, for example, the city of Graz developed an action plan for the implementation of a mass concept, not only for their city, but also for the entire region, the Steiermark. And the city of Krakow in Poland, they developed an action plan for a low emission zone in the city center by cooperating closely with stakeholders from the metropolitan region of Krakow. And here with a very specific focus on the communication of measures and the cooperation to achieve acceptance for these measures. And LVB, which is the lead partner, the public transport company of Leipzig, they tested CCAM as a pilot in the peri and suburban region of Leipzig. So with all these results and action plans and lessons learned in mind, the project is developing annexes to existing guidelines to, on the one hand, update these guidelines with the different lessons learned from Central Europe, but also with a specific functional urban area focus. And the functional urban area is actually the commuting space around an urban core. So for cooperative and connected cooperative and automated mobility, CCAM, the project, is updating, is actually developing a so-called SUMP topic guide, a new guideline, and it was and is developed based on a practitioner briefing that was developed in the Horizon 2020 project Coexist, and several workshops took place with stakeholders from different other projects. And the project is now based on the so-called automation-ready framework that the Coexist project developed, where automation readiness is defined as the capability of making structured and informed decisions about the deployment of connected and automated vehicles in a mixed road environment. They're now adding to this and building on this, tailoring it to the conditions from the functional urban area. And what you can see here are the results from several workshops that took place, where challenges and knowledge gaps for CCAM planning and SUMP were collected. And based on these different additional challenges and knowledge gaps, for example, gaps in the legal and regulatory framework, data management, governance, protection, everything related to data sharing, cooperation models with respect to data governance, etc. So I spare you this. I'm not going through the entire slide. But this is actually now being further developed in a topic guide, which you can find online from August 22 on. So we had a short analysis of the status of CCAM in Czechia. And in this database, Connected Automated Driving EU, we found a couple of projects that are research and industry driven, and where the local level seems to be involved via public transport companies, such as in the Sea Roads project. But planning itself, cooperation with municipalities, does not seem to be a priority yet. And this could change, maybe also with the help of the new guideline. So concerning urban vehicle access restrictions in SUMP, 2 action plans were developed. I mentioned one, that was the one from Krakow. And now the Dynaxability for a CE project is preparing an update or a so-called annex that will be added to the existing topic guide with the contribution of different best practices from a Central Europe perspective, and especially by complementing it with a FUA perspective. So urban vehicle access restrictions can be defined as measures to regulate motor vehicle access to urban infrastructure. There are different interventions that can be needed to actually plan and implement an UVER. They are related to planning and design, to charging schemes. You will have to decide whether you want a low emission zone or even a zero emission zone, or if you want to have a zone where only a few people can have access, and how you want to regulate this. And also there are certain tools available that make it possible to implement and to measure the effect of such measures. And here it is important to address stakeholders in the functional urban area when you implement an UVER that is actually situated in a city center, because people from the functional urban area are usually commuting for different purposes into the city center and might be affected, and you want these people on board when you plan your UVER. So to create acceptance within the FUA, it's important to communicate and to involve stakeholders, but also when you want to restrict the access of vehicles, you will have to compensate, you will have to provide something else that the people can use. So on the one hand, improve general accessibility, work on other modes of transport that are available. And this also means to work on regulation, because if you have a bike sharing scheme, you would like the customers to use it not only in the city center, but also in the cities that are within the functional urban area or metropolitan region. So we defined a process from the assessment definition actually of the functional urban area, how to how to assess and analyze the mobility situation at the FUA level, how to develop a strategic planning objectives, how to then specifically develop the different measures that are needed to have a functioning Uber in place, and also how to provide for implementation, monitoring and adjusting. And it's really important to have a good stakeholder engagement strategy along the way. This is what the partners in Krakow did. I will not go through this slide, it's just that they followed this process. And we had a short look at Uber that are existing in Czechia. So we found that Prague and Brno have actually one, but there is more, let's say, potential, because you already have the national framework that allows you to set up the access regulations. In Prague, we have definitely a low emission zone for buses and for trucks, and soon to come also for individual vehicles. And in Brno, there is the vehicle ban in the historic city center with access only for few people. This will be part of the best practice collection for the updated guideline. So here's an overview, what will come out, different guidelines on Uber, air quality, data collection and monitoring, and the action plans themselves. So coming to MaaS, we are talking about mobility as a service. Mobility as a service means to integrate different mobility services that have before been completely separated from each other, but also via an online platform. So on the one hand, you will need the infrastructure for the MaaS application, and you need the services. And we are speaking of different levels of possible integration, from zero, no integration at all, to multimodal travel planners, for example, where certain information is centralized and bundled, to the integration of booking and payment, where you can already book and pay for an entire trip going over several mobility services. And then you have the integration of the service offer that allows you to book a contract with the MaaS provider. What has not been reached yet is also the integration of societal goals. So based on the process in Graz, but also in Budapest and Koprivnica in Croatia, several additional recommendations have been collected, and after an assessment of the existing guidelines, it has been decided to provide an annex to the topics that I will now shortly present. So we have on the one hand the stakeholder engagement and demand analysis. And yeah, it's just really important if you want to work in the functional urban area to know the mobility needs. And to also create the infrastructure. The key word would be the mobility hubs, which are seen as an important infrastructure for the implementation or the successful implementation of a MaaS concept. And in terms of data availability, quality, etc., there are of course high expectations and also necessities when you want to implement or develop and implement a functioning mobility as a service data application and platform. You need to agree on a lot of different data formats, standards, APIs with your stakeholders in the FUA. And incentive measures and supporting schemes are also necessary for a take-up of MaaS. It's also important to involve both traditional and new service providers in the FUA ecosystem when developing an action plan for a MaaS concept. Because at the first place, it's important to bring those people together and to create the ecosystem. And societal goals can be pursued by the different services. So make them cooperate, and maybe in the first step, don't make it so much about reducing emissions. This is just an example from Graz. So we have the city of Graz with the big region of Steiermark, which is also the FUA, and they actually developed now an action plan for their mass application, and it follows the structure that I just presented, from the identification of the FUA to a mobility situation assessment, definition of objectives, stakeholder engagement process, the development of scenarios that help you to understand what configuration of measures you would like to have for your SUMP, and then the formulation of different measures. This action plan, like all the other guidelines that I just presented, will be available under SUM Central, which is another output of the Dynaxability for CE project. And we would be happy to also, because we provide resources on SUMP from Central Europe to Central Europe. And it's a website that also translates into all Central European languages. So we would be happy to actually also link with news on SUMP in Czechia and publish them here. So as a conclusion, especially MAS offers a good development perspective for public transport, because public transport is so strong in Czechia, which is a big advantage compared to others, and could therefore be of great relevance. Generally for the topics MAS and CKIM, or those difficult to think through topics such as UVER, taking SUMP as the big picture approach to plan for these innovation measures is simply a help, because it simplifies the process. Yes, and we would be happy to have good practices on the mentioned topics from Czechia. And this is an invitation to a webinar that we would like to invite you to. It's on how to plan for coexistence between cooperative, connected and automated mobility, CCAM, and walking and cycling, whether it's an opportunity or risk. And it takes place May 30. You see the date, you see the registration link. I'd be happy if you just take a picture. Or you contact me under my email address, and I can also help you registering. Thank you for your attention.
Mikrofon nepoužívá.
Unfortunately, I cannot hear the speaker because he didn't speak to the microphone, or there is a technical error.
Já sám. Takže možná je zopakuji, jsem rád, že jste přijala pozvání do konferenci, ale víme, že
I'm very happy that you accepted our invitation to the conference. However, this issue is much more complex, so therefore there is a webinar which will be held on the 30th of May in the afternoon. So who is interested in further information, you can watch the webinar. So our conference is coming to the closure, and well, in most cases, the energy at the end of the conference is decreased. So I would like you to cheer up now and recharge. Because yesterday I told you that this conference is perceived by me as a story. We started with Pink Floyd, The Wall, we spoke about Třinec, and I was just indicating why we organized the conference in such a way. So we enjoyed yesterday evening as well, but the real reason was a bit different, and it was simple. I would like to come back to 2019, when we started with the support of urban mobility. One of the outputs of 2021 was the concept of urban mobility. The transport ministry delegated or specified its priorities: infrastructure, construction. The Ministry for Regional Development also specified its aims, they are connected with the European funds and so on. But we haven't spoken about the Ministry of Environment yet. And this ministry is a key player for us because from the long term they had a subsidy for the support of soft measures. And our original idea was that we would invite three ministries: transport, regional development and environment. But we don't have any representatives from the environmental ministry here. If I'm wrong, just raise your hand if there is anybody from the Ministry of Environment, but I don't think so. So now I would like to use the opportunity that this conference is also online, and now I would like to hold a sort of discussion which will be dedicated to the Ministry of, or to the Minister of the Environment. I also spoke or agreed with one of the Deputy Minister that these speakers are here that we have the speakers who will introduce the projects in a minute. But the problem is that all of us try to find some subsidy and grants, and it is not systematic. If you listen to the presentation of Robert Thaler yesterday about klimaaktiv, he spoke about soft measures, about promotion, about the fact that we should not be afraid to speak to the public. Gregor from Slovakia also spoke about the same thing, and he referred to education. But intuitively, we think, or we just feel that what we are missing here in the Czech Republic is an open education regarding the topic urban mobility. I'm not speaking about education as such, but about financing. But I'm speaking about the projects which are described as the name of the presentation. It's not only about more, but just now I would like to invite Silva Machová, the representative of the project 10,000 Steps, Dráťa Filler, a representative of the campaign Commuting to Work by Bicycle. I would like to ask Lukáš Kala with the project's Partnership for OPS, Lukáš Eršl, who tries to promote urban mobility in Prague, Petra Syrová, who is a representative of the association Walking Through the Town. So these are the projects which will be presented later on. Yesterday, some speakers also spoke about the change of the mindset, about the change of the lifestyle setting. When I started in 2019, I will tell you what we had in common and what we prepared at that time. Maybe it was even before 2019. Our Ministry on Environment got a slap in their face, actually. And So I'm coming back to 2018 to 2019, and the European Committee asks the representatives of our ministries, what will you do to fulfill the quotas? I'm not sure if these were quotas, but to reduce the CO2 emissions, the states must prepare specific measures. There were specific measures at that time, but one of them, what was promised, I think it was Mr. Brabec. At that time, he was the Minister of the Environment, and he promised to everybody here, we will give 20 million Czech crowns for a big campaign. Then there was a meeting at the Ministry of Environment at the office of Mr. Smrš. We also invited the people from the Ministry of Transport, Regional Development, Ministry of Environment. And what happened? They told us they haven't promised us anything. They do not know about anything. No 20 million. I would also like to ask Ondřej, who is a representative for City Changers, who came with the idea of City Changers. So the City Changer idea was not born in our heads. It was a campaign which was prepared by MasterCard, because they said, if you want to have a proper marketing, you need to do it this way. And then they told us, but then you need more money, for example, 1 million Czech crowns to proceed with the campaign. So why did we award Třinec? Why 180 days of opportunity? We only applauded, but actually there was nobody promoting this campaign, no minister, no ministry, nothing. We just applauded. For example, you need 200, you need 300, you need 400,000. That's nothing. That's nothing. In case we should reach media, we need 2, 3, 4 million, and that's not enough. So therefore, I asked my friends from different associations to join us here. But, you know, well, it's nothing when we speak 15 minutes about each presentation, what the people have here. So maybe for the foreigners, it would be interesting to know, to learn about all the campaigns which we have here. But now, the goal is, the objective is, we have the conference now, we have online conference, so let's say make a use of it, that it's online. So we should say, let's change it, we shall change it. I expect that after this conference, there will be a meeting at the Ministry of Environment. The point is that the representative is not delegated yet, has not been delegated yet at the ministry who is responsible for our subjects. We are the representatives of NGOs here. Yesterday, we spoke of the wine and beer with our colleagues here, and I realized that a part of the campaign are also the companies, the firms. I do not mean only the firms who financially supported our conference, but this is also a part of the change, of the culture, of the behavior. We are offering something positive. On one hand, soft campaigns, on the other hand, competitive products, which can show us how to change our behavior. So the original plan was that from 12 o'clock we will have presentations about individual projects, but then we changed it. We wanted to address the ministry because we are online now. So we do not present the results. We would like to present this idea to the ministry online now. One of the most important pillars of our project is education, promotion, marketing. And we see that one of the pillars is missing here. So as I said, the objective was not to tire the audience with more presentations. You still have your 5 minutes, but I only wanted to emphasize that it's about our mutual cooperation, and I wanted to provide some lobbying at the Ministry of Environment, and we all need safe space for our work. Now you can comment on it. I would like to add, Automat is our association. When we started, we had some money from the Ministry of Environment for education and for active mobility. But it's not the case in the last 5 years, which has certain impacts. But our project, commuting to work by bicycle, then it's actually our campaign, which is self-financed, actually, not self-financed, but we rely on the companies and firms, and many participants pay it from their own pockets. So our campaign does not have any external input. We can consider it a success. We are not in red figures, but now we function in a different way than at the very beginning. So the companies invest the money for their own reasons. But when it comes to education, when it comes to the change of behavior of the citizens, if we want to change their stance regarding the mobility, then we will always bump into a wall. Political wall. Because in Prague, we have a ban on saying to people that they should not be using a car. And this is very true in many organizations and associations I'm active in. Because we are considered to be bad persons, because we are not allowing people to use the cars. So this is a negative approach of the state, of the government. Do you remember klimaaktiv presentation from yesterday? Therefore, there was a delegation of the Czech representatives who went to Austria to get inspired. I agree with you. Now the ball is thrown, or has been thrown, on their side, to the governmental side, on ministerial side. And what shall I do with it? So this is what was shown by the Austrian klimaaktiv. We had a chance to study the program klimaaktiv for 2 days, and we were really positively surprised what it involves. But I agree with you. Something is thinking in here. I am a representative of an organization Walking Through the City. So walking through the city is the least interesting mode of transport, because you don't need any technical inventions for walking. Everybody's walking. Everybody is a pedestrian, and every day starts and ends with walking. Well, I need to say that it's not only about the Ministry of Environment, but in our case also the Ministry of Transport, which up to date is actually avoiding to talk about pedestrian mode of transport, about walking, and there are no subsidies which would promote walking. And it's a great pity, because nowadays there are a lot of threats ahead of us. Warming of the planet, or pandemic, during which the only thing the people could do was walking, and a restricted action radius. And people found out that in the vicinity of their houses, they have no place where to go, where to have a rest. Or the war in Ukraine, because we need to take our stance regarding the war. An energy problem. We know that we should stop using fossil fuels from Russia. And walking is connected to all those problems and issues, and walking could be a key transforming moment in solving those problems I spoke about. And I quite often feel very sad, and I am expecting the time when it all changes. Sometimes we speak about clear mobility and fight against the climatic change and topics starting with e-mobility and ending up with the cycling. But nobody is speaking about pedestrians. Many people are walking through the towns, but we could see more people walking through the towns, in my opinion. So I would say that the attention and finance should be also directed to this mode of transport. Jitka also had some remarks regarding the Ministry of Environment. You might remember the campaign European Week of Mobility, which is repeated every year. But me and Mrs. Ondráčková, who works in Eyblová, we also spoke about the times when the town was given the subsidy. And even this campaign, which was organized by the ministry, diminished. You might tell us more. There are many towns which prepare the European Week of Mobility, and we are a coordinator together with the Ministry of Environment on the European level. We do not want to give up any education, any communication of information has sense. It's worth it. It will be connected to the modifications of the space, public space, sidewalks, and so on. This is what we all try to do. On behalf of our partnership, I would like to emphasize that we do not want to give up. We want to promote our project. We want all the towns to organize these campaigns. 20 to 22 September, there will be a conference held in Brno about mobility, and I would like to invite all of you to attend. The information will be published on our websites, and I would definitely like to continue with this discussion. If we cannot discuss it with the Ministry of Environment, unfortunately, the colleagues from the Transport Minister left already, but we would like to continue the discussion with some of the ministries which will be responsible.
I also thank you very much for the invitation and for the partnership. Our activities are focused on employers. We do the certification of cycle employers, and we'll be very happy to get involved into the nationwide activity and campaign so that what we are doing here individually so that it gets summarized in a concept and makes sense. In terms of the OPAS partnership, you, in cooperation with us, have prepared the challenge for the ministries as to what has to be done to support active mobility. The material has been prepared. Maybe now there is a good time to send it to the ministries and start doing something about it. We have worked on it for 1 year, so I wouldn't wish this to get lost. It's not about me, it's not about a few active people, but it's about all of us. That's why we spoke about it yesterday. That's why we spoke about lifestyles, and we have similar lifestyles. Do you remember the words of the governor 11. He just spoke the same words as we do. So we need to say, let's not be afraid to say it loudly. Also, the priest said the same, that we should admit there are problems, there is climate, there is health, there is obesity, and do we want now, do we want to the entrance fee from a 86-year-old lady? Do we want somebody to lose 30 kilos because his health is at stake? And all this compiles non-profit organizations, but also you are gathering this idea. This is where I see our strength. This is good news. This is not a bad news. This is status quo. At least I think so. I think this is the conclusion of this conference. That's why we started with Pink Floyd yesterday. That's why we spoke about communication. It was not by chance. It was because we wanted to finish with this block, and then it is about legislation, and it is about the ministry and preparing some other things. And the question is, do you have all the points that should be there? We should. What is the mission of this concept and of this conference? Are we? Do we continue to lie to each other, or are we going to call it the right names and change the status quo? I don't want to be the only one to speak. Okay, so I'll join you. I am here on behalf of 10,000 Steps, which was started last year. It is supposed to motivate people to walking in their lives and to start having more initiative and co-create the cities where it is pleasant to live and where we will feel pleasant. But as it's been said, so walking is not very attractive for sponsors because you don't need any technical things, you don't have to pay for it. So we try to be quite self-sustained, but we are not that successful as bicycling to work initiative. But I'll be happy if you get involved, if you help us, if you look at the website. We are happy for the cities who have got involved and are helping us. There are about 100 towns who have been helping us. They have a lot of active members. They have been about 10,000 people involved, but 10,000 steps for the cities. Why are they getting involved? Because we give them a perfect tool, which will give them a tool to educate the people, to make contacts with them, to deepen their relationship with them. And if you are from a town, I will be happy if you get involved. If you are not the representatives of the town, we'll be happy if you start walking. So I have only 3,000 steps today, so I have a program for the afternoon. I have invited Leszek, and I'd like to support the idea that we are not activists, but we just do our work well. And we are happy that the towns are able to compile the campaign of 180 days of opportunities. It was like fun yesterday when we. What if the Minister of Transport with the Minister of the Environment made a big show and the press conference in Prague to praise the Třinec town, or maybe Olomouc town, or we have one bridge closed there. So maybe if we made such an opportunity, and if we took this opportunity, so maybe we would achieve a lot. I started to improvise, but I want everybody to benefit from this. I think now it is really necessary to focus on the black in the target, on the target center, and if we mean it, so the time is favorable in this respect. If I can say thank you, Jaroslav, for this activity, I would like to call this campaign as a tool. It's a tool. It's a nationwide campaign. It is a worldwide campaign. It is a tool for us to have better quality life. And where we are, we want to have less noise, less emissions. We want fewer cars to come to your places. And I would like to put it in the concept how much the domestic fish campaign cost. It was about 60 million. How much does the wine campaign cost? A lot. So the educational campaign at the nationwide level, it is a tool to achieve a better life quality throughout the country, and the cost of the state, independent on which ministry is involved, is very low if we compare with the benefits. I am still looking at Mr. Jon, the mayor of Záhřeh. Your eyes are really encouraging for me. We mustn't allow this to be an initiative of an organization. We must take it as our common initiative. It is our conclusion of this conference, and this is what I try to focus on, and this is why we are up sometime and we are down sometime, and that's why it was important to hear Radim Sršeň, the Deputy Minister for Regional Development, and because we need to get in touch with the local self-governments, and we need to take it as a serious issue, and if we don't face it and take the challenge, we can organize conferences, but we won't achieve anything. So in 2023, totally different rules should be already set, but they need to be communicated. I was supposed to speak about legislation, so for next year I would like to wish all of us to have better tools in what's problematic for us, and there are quite a few things, quite a lot of things. A lot has been dealt with, which I'm pleased about, but if we don't have the good implementation of the low emissions zone in the Czech Republic, we have very few cycle streets in the Czech Republic, and we have to complete a lot of things, and we have to systematically start getting and digging into the areas which we are fearing of, and for example, this overtaking of cyclists with the distance of 1.5 meters. Now there are some counter pressures, but if we manage to sustain it for a year or two, so in that time nobody will notice that it had not been here forever. These are technical things, but if the decisions are made between the good quality decision and low quality decision, so these are crucial. So I would like us to meet here in 1 or 2 years, and we want to see the results.
Not to so-called demolish all your ideas regarding our meeting, I just wanted to express what I have said. I think that the fact that we are standing one next to another this is the power which we are showing. And when I look into the audience, I also see the power. So I am pretty sure that we will achieve our goals. I would like to ask Mr. Vymazal to add some words. So first of all, I would like to thank to all of you for being here. I'm pleased that you are here as a citizen of the city of Eyblová, as well as the chairman of this association. When looking back, our ideas originated in the mindsets of people and politicians, and sometimes were also supported by the officers, because some people started to realize that the public space is slowly becoming a public car park. And now, and on the ground of that perception, we created and established our association. So we have had already 11 years of our activity. So Gregor, for example, was walking through Eyblová and found many insufficiencies here, but still, we are trying our best. Mrs. Kočárková also, at the beginning, we started negotiations with universities, so because we knew that if the designers do not perceive the public space as a comprehensive topic, then we will not be successful. So therefore, we started to talk to universities. And at the time, designers actually were not taught that subject from such perspective. And this is also the reason why at that time the designers were not preparing good mobility projects. And we succeeded in educating the students. And in a while, I think that it will be even better. So the designers and the entities which approve the projects must do it properly. So sometimes we did see insufficiencies and errors in the project. So therefore, it is important to educate the students as well. So just now we see both the insufficiencies and good things which we succeed to implement. And I need to say that Prague is not in a good situation, but still there are some politicians and persons who try to promote our mobility ideas. I think it's all about the patience. When we all believe that we are doing good things, that we are doing the positive things for the whole society, then we need to sustain. We need to go forward. We shouldn't give up. I like Mr. Král's presentation, which was about communication mainly. And you see how powerful a campaign can be. Eyblová is a city in which a famous festival of documentary films is organized. And some years ago, we saw the movie Czech Dream, Český sen. Did you see it? And it was a sort of advertisement which was intended to manipulate the Czech society and which worked. 4 years later, we saw the movie Mecha. And you saw the results, you saw the output. It was also a very, very powerful movie. So marketing is very important, and state should promote and support marketing. Should not be only about wine and fish. State should also support urban mobility. And Our association will strive to achieve our objectives. I would like to thank to all the participants and also to all the members of our group who organized the conference. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in the afternoon when cycling through Jihlava. Nevertheless, I will continue. This is not the very end. I would like to ask Dagmar Kočárková to join us. Because now, when I listen to Mr. Vymazal, I was skimming down the presentations which I heard today and yesterday, and therefore I would like to invite a representative of the university. 10 minutes ago, Mr. Filler said that practically we are not allowed to speak about sustainable mobility in the towns. All the presentations which we heard include Klaus, Mr. Thaler, and your presentation, where you mentioned the road conference in 2023. That all what we present here is normal, is just normal. This is what we should do. Just now I see that we are more and more powerful. We started as a NGO, but our members are now the representatives of municipalities, representatives of universities. If the title of the conference is City Changers, now we have an opportunity for the change. It was a nice closure.
We have spoken about being active, but our Association for Urban Mobility is a political association because all assemblies which constituted the core had to approve the membership in this association, and by this I would like to say that there are a lot of politicians who fully realize that. And this is a movement which was established in the down-top approach. It was established by the politicians who deal with everyday life in the cities. And this is for us to get connected with the highest politics. And as you can see, it's been 11 years now, and even that minister came. And how he spoke about, I see a great chance and great hope, and I hope we are managing in connecting it. We are reaching the top, and all these assemblies already have the cycling coordinators. Like the Vysočina region, they already have 13 million, and this year it's already 20 million, and the governor of the region has been here and realized that it's not enough. As Mr. Sršeň also said here, yes, it is needed for us to realize at all levels. And why do regions connect the cities only by cars? Why do they build and maintain the roads of the second and third level? It should be the matter for the regions to create the infrastructure, and the highway directorate should ensure the connections. This is what they should be taking care. Of. We can use the examples of other countries. They have already achieved some results, and hopefully we will achieve it as well. Hopefully. Maybe we will make a closure of this conference. There have been a lot of memorandums and charters signed, but the most beautiful is that we want to agree. We don't need any signatures. We want to pull for one rope, and I can promise that we will make every effort to do this. I promise this. I promise for me. It is about it, and I like it, but sometimes it is not possible. But it is about a gentleman-like behavior, that we just make a promise, that we just shake our hands, and we should stick to what we promised. We still have time. We are still not delayed. So if you want to say something, you have an opportunity now. So the last question, was this clear and understandable? Yes, excellent. So let's go for it. So lunch will be ready, and the rest I can't hear because it's not on the microphone, sorry.